Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Hey, hey, what's the matter? If you feel right, don't you feel right, baby? Hey, hey, oh yeah, get on the main line, alright. La 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 la. Come and get your love. La 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 la. Come and get your love. La 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 la. Come and get your love. La 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 la. Come and get your love. 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 Come and get your love.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
If I was to tell you just how much I need you, would you come tonight? Or would you not believe me? Cause I'm not that easy, never turns out right. I'm tryna change your rules, you deserve something good in your life. We waited for far too long, so come get your blessings tonight, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love? I promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it on to me, baby. Ooh. Ooh. Baby, let me teach you, give you love instructions, show you what to know. Need to take it easy, no need to rush, no, baby, nice and slow. All this love I can give to you, I expect there's a bit in return. But you don't have to be perfect, love, as long as you're willing to learn, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. So many search to find love that's as good as mine. And I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it all to me, baby. Ooh.
Yes, Lord. Right.
Ooh.
Check it.
Turn down the lights, I'll give you all of my love tonight. Let's do what lovers do. Ooh, I'm ready for you. I don't wanna waste my time, so don't make me beg tonight. And don't keep me waiting for love. Won't you come over, love? Come over, love. Show you love, show you. Promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. Won't you come over, love, so I can show you love? I promise I've got enough to give you all that you need, baby. So many sights to find love that's as good as mine. I don't wanna waste your time, so bring it on to me, yeah. Bring it on to me, yeah.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know If I should just let it go, if you need me, I'll be there when you need me. I'll be there. It's you who's on my mind most of all the time. I'm just wondering if you'll be my lady. If you can only see that we were meant to be. I swear that in my heart you're the girl from my dreams. Hey, you're the girl from my dreams. You're the girl from my dreams. Oh, she's the girl from my dreams. Yeah, yeah. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there when you need me. I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there when you need me. I'll be there. It's you who's on my mind most of all the time. I'm just wondering if you'll be my lady. If you can only see that we were meant to be. I swear that in my heart you're the girl from my dreams. Hey, you're the girl from my dreams. You're the girl from my dreams. Oh, she's the girl from my dreams. Yeah, yeah. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there when you need me. I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there when you need me. I'll be there.
The only way you beat 6-month aged cheddar toasted on the shell of a chalupa is to put it in this box. The Toasted Cheddar Chalupa box is back for a limited time, only at Taco Bell.
Did you know the Castle Doctrine was passed so Guam's residents could protect themselves? G4.
Die sombren Zeiten mag et zu ita saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo el a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi es Attenfan i bandera kau esta pagua pumalala Gilo tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Pulitanota Kantai matuno nyagi toru iluga Paraiona Parai gloria A big islas en Paraiona, Parai gloria, aviva islas en Toru y tempo y paz, paraíso, zangin in ilan in a bendition. Contra peligro na vansa fuam Deus proteis landon Contra peligro na vansa fuam Deus proteis landon
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Mangineni gasonu Tamo to fema binitihu Tatahigwi Hamigwi fionu Hian man motadu Feman nani binitiu Tataigwi haunedi gifionu Stabao Giri winifiu Hi anahu mihita Inana magusya na tempu Tangguli uni na matogu At siliban neni sinseru Iyan ay man motadu Feman neni binitiu Tertaigwi hanedi gifionu Stabao Winifiu Iyan ay man motadu Feman nani binitiu Tataigwi hanedi gifionu Sabao Winifiu Estaba Winifiu Estaba Winifiu
All right. Hey, a little bit of stay tuned doing JD Crutch's classic When I Think Munglu right here on the link. Good morning, Guam. Huh. Good morning, Guam.
You are very, very pink.
Am I? That's just my morning color, Jay.
But nice.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joe, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Tauta Marianas. It's 6:21. Welcome to the link Thursday. It's Thursday. I keep forgetting what day of the week it is. I don't even know what month it is. It's November.
Yeah.
Wow. Holy.
Almost Thanksgiving.
Dude, it's November. Our car score is dropping.
Cut in half last night.
That's crazy. And, you know, I was able to text Dr. Cabrera yesterday, and he was like, oh, yeah, because they were almost done doing the clusters. So, I mean, maybe we should have a little hope, because if that car score can drop 20 points in one day, hey, anything's possible. The show is proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Calvo Select Care. What's up, guys? What's going on here?
No, I was just thinking about it because I was like, you know,
Something going on?
because the formula to actually compute the car score, it's not like other ratios where it's like straight division or multiplication. You have to take
This ain't your grandma's ratio.
Yeah, you have to take the square root. So when you take the square root of something, the number has a tendency to fall or rise dramatically. That's the way the math works out, at least.
Thank you for that, Jay, because I had no idea what. I just only know the square root of 144 is 12. That's all I know about square root.
Very nice.
Or it's any number times itself, right? Is that?
What is whatever is divisible by itself?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, math. Obviously, English was my good, my own good subject.
Okay, we got a lot of shout outs to get to, but I'd like to start, if I may, everybody, by giving my own shout out. I want to say a shout out.
Do your own shout out, Jay. Give your own.
About 100 miles up north to our friends in Saipan. Very good friend of mine, Joey Tyron, who is from Saipan, but then his family moved here when he was younger. He was educated. He graduated from FD and then did his law degree at the University of Notre Dame. So he's hardcore fighting Irish. And then he came back here and he works as a lawyer, and he's been home in Saipan for, I want to say, like at least a decade. He and his wife are now opening their own beauty salon. So they do hair, makeup, and massage. So congratulations, Joey. He was also in the Glee Club at Notre Dame. He's a fantastic singer and really, really good guy.
Oh, there you go. Starting it off with Jason's own shout out this morning.
Yeah, congratulations, Joey.
623.
Hell of a volleyball player, too.
Like I was saying, this show is proudly brought to you by people who support what we do here every day, and we thank them for it. Dial Rentone, Calvo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. It's the 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14, 2020. Call 477-9808 for more info. It's also proudly brought to you by the Thrive Coalition. Burger King, where today we're going to be presented with a Cover Me segment. That's awesome. I'll tell you more about it later. Also, Carrier 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E. Good morning, Guam. It's the Thursday, November 19th episode of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9. To our viewers on KUAM TV, Bananas of Du'us. And thank you for joining us bright and early here. On our Facebook live feed, we do have a lot of people checking in this morning. And thank you guys for watching. We have Burn Flores.
Hey, Burn.
So
we
good.
want Burn to be our Top Fan Tuesday next
Yeah,
week.
Burn, give it. Shoot us a direct message, and we'll give you the link for the Joom. And let's go Joom it up in the morning on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Burn, hailing from the village of Inalahan. She says, or is it a she?
Yeah, Inrahan. Yeah.
Okay. Burn says, Buenas and Afide, Tauto Guahan, Tauto Lagu, Tauto KUAM, Chris, Bree, Jason, Nestor.
Frank Chargois Jr. Says, Hafa to everyone. Good luck and happiness to all reading this post. I pray for all of you.
That's a
Thank
great
you.
shout-out.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we got a shout out for somewhere that we have never been blessed with a shout out before. So thank you to Larry Uggan saying, Good morning, Guahan, from Fort Polk in Louisiana.
Wow, Fort Polk.
We would love to exchange. Chris can send you some of his chicken Kelligwin. If you want to send us some gumbo, some jambalaya, some crawdads.
How about dirty rice?
Catfish.
Oh yeah,
Oh, catfish.
blackened catfish.
Wait, what is that Creole beignets?
Yeah, beignets.
Oh,
that's
man,
so
those are
good.
good.
Yeah, donuts. You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the French down in the New Orleans would
That's
say
fancy.
the beignets.
Not to confuse it with Malays.
Yeah, not Malays or mayonnaise. Ken Guerrero.
Or sideways.
Ken Guerrero writes, Good morning to the beautiful staff of KUAM. He a day beautiful. Always keeping us up to date with what's happening on our beautiful island of Guam.
Hey, a member of our chat room family, Brown Sugar Tea, joins us every day, and we appreciate that. From Long Beach, California, of course, goes, Hey, guys, it's my mother's birthday there on the 19th, so HBD, happy birthday, Mom, and has a whole bunch of just beautiful birthday-themed emojis. So happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Hey,
All right.
you know what? Make sure to send us birthdays at KUM.com, and I'll do a shout-out tonight on the news. Happy to.
Brown Sugar also writes, Good morning, Chris. Bree and Jay from Brown Sugar Tea from the LBC.
Yeah.
What? Christina Hokog, all gone, writes in, Hafaday, good morning, everyone watching from Mungi Town, Mangilao. Be safe, Tautau Guam, and God bless.
Okay, there's a feature apparently that now works. I didn't even know that Facebook supports this. If you guys use, like those Facebook avatars you can set up to like make it look like you. We've had Bitmoji for like a couple of years, but if you set up a Facebook avatar, it'll actually come out in the comments. So we got one from there's Burns right there. And so
Oh,
she's
wow.
got a stamp and it says sending hugs. That's lovely.
Oh, nice.
Good job.
Nothing like some virtual hugs in the morning.
Yeah, so add those to the comments and you can send us. And Mary Jane Villagomez also has a big one of her Facebook avatar that says, "Good morning with a big sunshine." Check that out, guys. Right behind her.
Patricia Anna Atalig writes, Manana si Duos, Teto Guay writes, good morning. Rosemary Laguana on the car score. How do you go from 41 to 22 in 24 hours and numbers go up and car score goes down to 21 in the next 24 hours? Good question. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. It's something with math, though. That's what I know.
But you know, the positivity rate last night too. I mean, yeah, the car score got basically reduced by half, and as she very pointedly points out, you know, the numbers did go up. The positivity rate last night was about 14.5. That is still not good. That's,
Yeah, I don't
that's very
know.
alarming.
And it again, it's the formula that they're using, and I don't know if they I don't know if it was the clusters, because I remember when we had Dr. Cabrera and Crystal on, they were talking about, oh, if you take out the clusters and the car score goes way down. So
Right, but I thought they also said that that's not what they want to do.
yeah,
They
but
don't
you know,
wanna
things
take out
change so
clusters.
rapidly, you never know. I don't know if because that's kind of what Dr. Cabrera said yesterday was, oh, it's because they're almost done testing the clusters. Well, what's the reason today?
And part of the way, again, the car score. Joe, we got that graphic for the car score. Okay, DJ Joseph is going to bring that up. Is
Oh, you're going to give me a headache.
part of the way it is computed? I believe the okay. So you take the square root.
Oh,
of the
Jay, it doesn't. Let me just. I'm going to give you my 2 cents on the car score.
Yes, please.
Okay, and it's got no square root. There's no division to the nth power times a multitude of platinum divided by 86 squared. No, the car score is what it is, right? They come up with this number, and you're going to get confused and you're going to get a headache if we try and explain, because I got a headache. If we try and explain how the hell they come up with this number, because they just pretty much put a bunch of numbers in a machine of Felix Cabrera's brain, and it was like, and it spits out this number. Okay, well, what that number represents is how Adaloop thinks we're doing with the COVID response. But what's important is getting that number down. So the way I like to look at it is, I don't care what the car score is. Sorry. But I do care that we have to get it down, because that's the metric that the government is going to use to allow us more movement, more rewards, like Crystal said, more incentive, so we can show the governor how responsible we are, and she could bless us with, more things to do.
And we could possibly have a semi.
So yeah, I mean, if you want to get a headache and talk about how they calculate this car score, to me, I just want to look past that, and I just want, if they want us to go to 5, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? We got to try and get it down. How do you get it down, though? You get it down by doing the things that we're supposed to be doing to keep us safe in this pandemic. By doing our part to not spread the virus. Because right now, as you can see, with the car score, with all the other numbers that come out in the Joint Information Center, it's very bad. It's very bad, Guam. You've been very bad. It's really bad. The spread, the positivity rate, the number of cases, the hospitalizations. I mean, we are saying that 60, we had someone in the hospital, they're like, oh, the hospitalizations are, starting to stabilize or whatever, and it's at 60 something. That's totally crazy.
And a coworker of ours, Ken St. Nicholas, who's in charge of all of our social media, he posted something in one of our WhatsApp group chats, and he goes, guys, it's just nuts how the narrative's almost been normalized when we have these, numbers that would have like blown people's minds 6 months ago. Like you said, now everybody's like, oh, 60, okay, we're getting better. But
and that's what I'm afraid of, man. Jay, is like, this is kind of turning out to be just an acceptable level.
Exactly, and then that was Ken's
Right?
point. It's been normalized.
Now it's like you get. I mean, how many positives did we have last night? It was like over 100.
112.
Yeah, 112, and you guys aren't even like blinking twice. I
Yeah,
mean, a lot of you aren't. I know there's so many people, especially on the link, who really want to just kill this curve.
Remember in June when we had 108, and that was the highest at that point?
Right.
Everybody on the island freaked out. They're like 108. Oh my God.
And that's the thing. You see a comment here from Fausto Rivera writes, looks like they're fudging the numbers to look good. Of course people are going to think that. Because if you don't come out and explain these incredible leaps and bounds that this car score is making, then people are just going to start filling that void. We always say this. When there's a void out there, a lack of information, people are going to fill it. Like this false stuff they came out with. I'm sorry. I should have drank my coffee. But nah, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna keep going here.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
It's totally confusing. But
like I said,
it is what it is.
That's what they want to
And,
measure it by. We can't stop them, so we just got to all jump in line and jump through the hoops and try and get it down. Okay, until they come up with the next number.
Yeah, but I think we're all smart enough to know that 112 positive cases is not a good thing.
I don't care what you
Regardless
pull
of the car
where you
score.
pull a car score out of your
So-
FAFSA or whatever. I think and that's what really kind of insulted me was when Crystal Pacos and Augustine came on here, and she was saying like, oh, because people they don't know with the JIC we put out all these numbers and there's all these numbers and people don't know, so we want to give them one single number. Like, don't ever underestimate ever the intelligence of our people. Yeah, they make stupid decisions. Yeah, they do. But you mean to tell me you guys think that the average person of Guam can't understand a Joint Information Center release? Are you trying to tell me that the people of Guam don't know what a test positivity rate is, that they can't digest a high number of positives versus a number of tests being given, that they can't figure out that, 60 some hospitalizations and, 10 people on a ventilator, 20 people in ICU? You think that they don't know that's bad? And I feel like, we're going to do this car score because that's what they're putting out. Like I said, that's the metric they're going to measure. But I also feel like, don't just shove it on us, because the leadership is sorely lacking. I can't believe it. And you guys wonder why people are passing around messages about a lockdown. It's because we don't hear from the governor. We haven't really heard from the governor since she started this Peak War 1, which was what, Jay, how many weeks ago?
We are in tomorrow at 12 in the afternoon on the dot.
And
is going to be the 16th week. It will be 4
Right.
months.
They used to do press conferences, and it's just so, to me, it's what it is the governor doesn't like it when she does a press conference. And I'm not even being mean, guys. We figured it out. We did our own math. But she doesn't like it because when she comes out in a press conference, the media's like, hey, what about this? Hey, what about this? Hey, could you have done this? Hey, could you? And she's just like in there like, with all these questions coming at her. But that's what you get, Nye. Edzigi Napmu. When you don't come out and address the people, we get stuck with all these questions. Is there going to be a lockdown? I don't know. My friend said there is. Oh, I don't know. My friend works here. They said there's going to be a lockdown. That's what happens when you don't come out and Messiah talk to your people out here. And then when you do come out, you drop a car score on us. And everyone's like, what the hell is the car score? The car score?
Just for those of you who actually look at the Joint Information Center reports and press releases or the daily situation report, they're changing the process on how they release that. So usually when you get the SIT report and it's posted on the Public Health's website, it's a daily. So in the latest JIC report last night, it's no longer going to be daily. They're going to issue it weekly as the Public Health situation report, which provides all the comparative analysis and the numbers.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's going to be weekly, but we're still going to get daily the numbers,
Right.
which
But-
they changed the format to in
Yeah.
the way that they released it a little bit. So
Well, how do they change the format, Bree? Because I saw it and I was just like,
And to be fair, I think what was it? The person who actually compiles the daily situation report, I believe it was a PhD candidate. She was a
yeah, she was a fellow of.
a fellow.
I think her name's Stephanie. I want to say.
Yeah, but
or
I mean,
Sam, Stephanie or Sam.
and she's done that
with an S.
She was doing that like 7 days a week for like the first 6 months, and now they do it like 6 days a week. That's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right. And I know, I checked yesterday the SIT report on Public Health's website. The last time it was updated was the 13th. I didn't check this morning to see if it was updated or if it's up to date. So I had checked with Janella yesterday to figure out why is the sit report so delayed, and the information is old. And apparently, what Dr. Ann Pobutsky told us last week, they were in the process of moving out of their facility. So now they're moving to the ITC building. And as she told us last week, they've got all these test kits. They're just running out of space. And, and they really don't have any permanent home because of what happened.
With the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in this whole time they had a fire, they haven't found them a place to stay. Well, I know they've been busy. Yeah. But I just wonder, is it because coming out with the sit rep daily, is it just too much or something? I mean, why are we dialing down the information that's coming out and making it come out less frequently when the pandemic is worse than ever? And you know what? This is exactly what I'm talking about. When we don't know, we have to sit here and guess like idiots.
It says
because they don't tell us anything.
Beginning next week, public health will shift from daily situation reports to weekly reports in order to provide more comprehensive data analysis. To reflect this, the Joint Information Center will report profiles of confirmed cases on a weekly basis only. COVID-19 test results and other key data will continue to be reported on a daily basis, which basically is the number of tests, the number of samples.
I mean, I guess I get it. They're just saying that, hey, we want more numbers to crunch for you guys on a weekly basis.
Okay, now
but I think there's a lot of people, and you can see in the comments, there's a lot of people who go on the public health website and they look at these numbers and they glean what information they can from it because they're very well informed and they're not as stupid as some people in the government think. I mean, they're not over here scratching their head like, oh, what's the situation report? We need a simple number to make it. They're not. They know what's going on. Is it going to be that kind of morning?
Yeah.
It is, right?
See, remember yesterday I tried to get the status of the expenditures of the CARES Act fund. I wonder if it's online yet.
Yeah. Yesterday, if you guys, I missed it because I was checking my email, and it was Sabrina and Ed Byrne, and all I heard was like Sabrina say, "I think we're done," like in that "I think we're done" voice, and I was like, "Oh, what happened?" And then Ed Byrne was like, "Oh, we're done then. Okay, well, right here." So you were trying to ask him.
I was just trying to find out, out of the $18 million in CARES Act funding, how much has already been spent.
Right. And you've asked him that before, and he's told us that before.
Right, but he said, but they already did the report. So I was like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so he didn't, what did he say? He would have to defer to Adelup.
Right, because he gave the report to Adelup, and by law, Adelup is supposed to publish it, on their website, and all of that.
Yeah, well.
You know how you try and ask the question in different ways, and it's...
Yeah, and that's what I said. I remember I butted in, and I was like, no, you got to ask it this way. You have to put this word over here, or else they're not going to answer it, even though they know what the hell you're trying to find out. The government's very sneaky. If you don't ask a certain question a certain way, they're going to be like, oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I don't know. I can't. Oh, man, can't say anything. Governor's going to get mad. She wants to be the one to tell you that we have all this money left that needs to be spent by the end of the year. Yeah, Jay.
Oh, just looking at some of the comments and everything like that. People are for the most part in agreement with what the two of you are saying. And
I'm pretty sure there's a couple fake profiles in there who are like, Chris, you're an idiot or whatever. Okay, that's fair game.
You know what I wanted to say, as someone who's been involved in like the tech side of stuff and everything, I will say what GovGuam has done, and they haven't always done it right. I mean, let's not sugarcoat that, but the fact that they are putting more data online in various capacities and everything like that with the pandemic, and every agency's got at least a website now, some sort of social media presence, and for the most part they're updating it with some regularity and everything, is a monumental step forward. Because for years when I was working here, like in news, it was like, when WhatsApp and Facebook started, everybody on island basically had the information of what we in the media needed to know. It just didn't officially come out. So the fact that actually most agencies are doing Zoom conferences now, one would hope that when the world gets back to normal, air quotes, they'll keep doing that because I know, you guys out there in the constituency, you guys really rely on that information. We certainly rely on it. It's how we put our shows together. But there is progress there, and the fact that they're gathering the numbers, they're putting it together, and they're putting it out there and fairly quickly. I mean, I appreciate that to some level.
Yeah, well, they're supposed to do
Yeah.
that.
And when I'm working on stories and everything, I'd love to be able to link to something, and I mean, it's getting better.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying, Jay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying and why you're saying it. But anyway, let's move on.
Yeah, we're gonna change it up here, guys. We normally do news first, but we want to get to our network of nurses.
Guys, so.
Our network.
We'll have
Jason
talk about
just basically feels bad, and because we know everybody on Guam, like we know Crystal, we know the people at Adelu, but this is our job, Don't take it personal. Sorry, don't take it personal, and we won't take it personal.
Yeah, it's 100 people who have died. So sorry.
Yeah.
We want information.
Sorry, not sorry that we want information. This is not some freaking glitz and glamour, Let's go out here and trot out this campaign and do a Carabao. And hey, it's not a freaking joke. It's not a freaking joke. It's not a beauty pageant. It's not. People are dying. Staffers at the hospital are getting COVID. People are on ventilators. They're going to die. We're going to see 150 deaths by Christmas. So excuse us if we're taking it a little serious. Good morning, Guam. All right. Jay, go ahead and take the wheel on this one. We have a great partnership with the Guam Nurses Association. And they bring this great segment with us Thursday morning to pay tribute to our frontliners, which is something that we always do here on the link, because it's not about the press secretary or, to some degree, the governor. It's about the people who have their Crocs on the ground, if you will, the frontliners who are out here. They don't give a damn about a car score. Okay, they don't give a damn. They probably don't even have time to pay attention to it because they're working shifts, long shifts. They can't even go home. They got to go to some hotel, some facility they have because they don't want to infect their families. Right? And so, in any way that we can, whether it's by featuring them here or talking about them or asking you guys to show them support, we're going to do what we can to give them that pat on the back to say thank you, because they deserve it. And so with that being said, I turn it over to Jason Solis here for our next interview with the Guam Nurses Association, Network of Nurses.
All right, so this is the segment, so Network of Nurses, something that we're very, very pleased and just honored to do because, these are real heroes in our community and they deserve to be recognized. I know they're not seeking the limelight. They don't want the Ancient Chamorro or the Ancient Order of the Chamorro Award. They don't want a cookie. They don't want, rewards or things like that. They just want to be able to do their job, and they're very, very good. Actually, cookies would be a nice way to recognize our nurses, and we have a very, very good one. Someone who's very happy to be involved, and it's not a business. It's I've heard nurses and Leonora Urbano, Hafide, and welcome to the link. We're so glad to have you here. And I've heard it's been said that nursing and its various disciplines and everything, it's not a job, it's a calling. I'm sure you would agree with that. Whoops. No, she's unmuted. You got audio? Oh, sorry. Okay, so thanks so much.
Yes, nursing is a vocation. It is very challenging and at the same time very rewarding.
Mm-hmm. Now, you are the psychiatric nursing administrator at the Guam Behavioral and Wellness Center. What exactly is your scope of responsibility?
Well, as a nurse administrator, my role is in leading a team of nurses and psych technicians and psychiatric technicians in problem solving the ever increasing and complex environment that we have in the healthcare setting.
Mm-hmm. Now, when we were setting up this interview and everything, I saw your job title, and forgive me if this is a naive assumption on my part, but I was wondering, I was like, are you kind of like the almost like a staff psychologist. So you deal with like a lot of what the mental impact of nurses going, especially in the pandemic, because they've been we've talked to so many nurses and they said previously they may have only intubated a couple of patients in a couple of years, and basically you have to put a couple of years in the field before you're able to do that. And some nurses are like, I intubate people almost daily now. They say the psychological impact of being able to know you're working on patients who are very, very bad when they come in, and many who tragically don't make it out. I mean, that has an effect on them. So is that almost kind of like what you do? Because I was thinking maybe like a police psychologist helps
No.
policemen with what they do.
I'm a psychiatric nurse administrator. That's my board certification, different from a psychologist.
Gotcha. Okay.
So in that role, it's also upholding the standards of nursing practice and evidence, and we implement evidence-based practice to the most that we can. And since you were mentioning about the pandemic, we had Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center had their fair share of crisis management. So to illustrate that, or to elaborate on that, since this pandemic, Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center has seen a steady rise in our crisis hotline calls. Our 24/7 hotline number, by the way, is 647-8833
Thank you.
and 884. So in the outpatient setting, we are averaging about 10 to 14 intakes a day compared to less than 5 pre-pandemic. In our crisis stabilization units, our occupancy rate averages 80 to 85% compared to less than 50% before. We also have our share of taking care of patients in mental health crisis that are COVID-19 positive. So we had admissions. We don't reflect our numbers, although in the Joint Information Center announcements. So with that, when we take care of patients with COVID-19, we also have a dedicated warrior team that are trained, mobile, and ready to be tasked at any time. So our isolation facility has been we were sharing the isolation facility at Bayview.
So it sounds like yourself and the team that you run, you're very, very agile, very, very ready to go at a moment's notice, and you've got a very wide range of skills.
Yes, we do. I can tell you that just like any other health frontliner in the hospitals and even in the clinics today, that my staff have been overworked since this pandemic. I'm afraid that GBIC will be busy for the long term. I say this because based on recent studies, 1 in 5 of those who recover from COVID-19 reported and received treatment for mental health issues. That is 20%. Mm-hmm. We don't even get 20% in our income. So what more with the revenue of Guam? So that will impact us in a long term.
Yeah, Leonora, what types of mental health impacts come? Obviously, there's something with a high degree of stress, maybe anxiety, depression, and everything like that. What else do COVID-19 patients, on a mental perspective, what do they go through?
We do have first timers of psychosis.
Mm-hmm.
And
can you explain what that is?
Very different because it's not even drug induced. So it came all of a sudden. They never had history. So it is probable that is an effect of the coronavirus also.
Yeah, Leonora, would you be so kind as to explain exactly what that psychosis is and like what it does to the patient?
Of course. So when somebody is in acute psychosis, they cannot function because their thoughts are all disturbed. They hear voices that tell them to kill themselves or to be harmful to others. So that's the time they are admitted to the hospital, to the Guam Behavioral Health.
This is astonishing. I mean, and certainly this is probably an aspect of having to deal with COVID that not a lot of people in our community probably would have considered at this point. But you're saying, one out of every 5 patients who is diagnosed goes through this. That is incredible.
Yeah, might. So also we also have an increase in drug-induced psychosis. So that's very worrisome too.
Okay. What can we as a community do to make sure that you can continue the good work that you and your team do? Because we support you completely. We love and we cherish you guys for stepping up and for doing the job that you do. But is there anything that we can do as a community to help you and to make sure that you guys are doing the job to the best of your ability?
I think we cannot overemphasize the use of masks. If we can all mask, and especially the social distancing, your hand hygiene, your masking. I'm even telling my staff, even when you eat with your family, eat first, finish eating, put on your mask, and then talk and laugh. Because we can still have fun, but decrease the moments where you are not masked or not protected. Because when we protect ourselves, we also protect others.
Okay. Now, may I ask, as a medical practitioner and someone with obviously a lot of years of experience, and you've got the training and the compassion and and the desire to do this kind of job. Again, it's not a job. This is truly like not just a vocation, not just a job, but a calling. What has the pandemic and what is working over the last 8 months, to the degree that you have, and with the kind of patients you've seen, what has that taught you, and with all your years of experience, what have you learned?
I would say that our staff, everybody at GBWIC have a unity of effort. That's what I can say, because everybody stepped up to the plate. Even with the limitations of our PPEs before, even our civilian agencies have helped. They have donated PPEs pending our purchase of supplies, which were difficult to find. Our network of nurses have been very helpful. Guam Nurses Association have been very helpful. The management also have been very supportive of us, even with our dwindling resources. When I ask for additional staff, PPEs, even our modification of our air conditioning system, they provided that. And we are going to have our own isolation facility too.
Okay, well,
I'm happy to share that.
Well, Leonora, I believe there's one of your colleagues is joining us on Facebook in our comments right now. And Leonisa Beneventi says, for nurses, please give us fruit. Our A1C will rise. Please donate to the children of Guam. So, I mean, that is a great way that we can make a donation to contribute. Because, if we give you the tools that you need to have energy, to stay strong, and to continue to fight on our behalf and everything, we'd be happy to do so.
Thank you so much. Food is always welcome, of course.
Well, it is social currency for our people and everything. So again, thank you for joining us today. It's been our honor to let the community know another aspect of what you do, and you truly are heroes on our island. We can't say thank you enough, Leonardo. So to you and your staff, thank you, and Sidus Masi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and have a good day.
All right, please have a wonderful day. Please stay safe.
For the latest in the world of wellness, health.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around, because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Today, the KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-through.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn@KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Look at it as who didn't pay the bills, because they said the car score is like a credit score, and your credit score don't drop 20 points unless or in this case it's a reverse like a credit score, because higher credit score the better, and with a car score it's the lower the better, so it's not really like a credit score. That wasn't my analogy, by the way. At 7:03, but I did shoot a text out to Dr. Cabrera like, hey, let us know, because again, oh God, sorry guys, I'm just not gonna say sorry, but I just, I don't want to be a grumpy bear, but there's lives at stake. That's it. It's people dying, that kind of thing. But they come out and they drop this car score as the be-all, end-all singular number to unite them all that we should really pay attention to. And then there's no data on why it fluctuates up or down. Because if you think about it, right, when the governor announced the car score in her video address, it was 9 point something, 9.8, okay? And then we had a couple rough days, and then it went up to like 20-something, and then it went up to 30-something, and then it went up to 40-something. And it's not like we had zero positives and it went down 20 points. So there appears to be, even though there is a complex mathematical formula that goes into it, that you have to have like Harvard level math understanding to comprehend. Even though there's all these numbers that go in, I think for the average person out here who might not be a Mensa member, it's just hard to calculate how the hell is this thing going down so much when the numbers are staying the same or the positivity rates worse. That's all. So people are out here wondering if we're supposed to believe in this car score. I mean, it's not God, right? You believe in God and you accept what God does, good and bad, but you can still question it. This car score, I think we're allowed to ask, why is it going up and down so crazily, for lack of a better term? I mean, if it was a 9 point something when the governor announced it and 2 days later it went up to a 30, whatever.
Because of the clusters.
Because of the clusters, how's it going down 20 points? That's all. But if we don't get any info on it, then we sit here and sound like we don't know what's going on. As we don't, because they're not saying anything. There should be somebody's job. Whose job is it to communicate with the media and tell them what's going on? I feel like they have people who get paid to do that. Probably just me. 7:05, we're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. We're doing news, and then we're going to go over to Dave Della Sola for your Department of Labor PUA update. I know that they're trying to release a big batch for Thanksgiving. Well, somebody's working in the government of Guam. So now let's go ahead. I didn't mean that. I know there's a lot of frontliners and people who classified employees who do the work. What I think is lacking is some of these unclassified political hires aren't pulling their weight. But not Dave. Dave's cool. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and jump into the news. Again, we're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Off it, everybody. We start with the latest numbers according to the Joint Information Center. Out of 759 samples, 112 returned positive for COVID-19. Guam's current COVID case count is now 6,346 people officially reported COVID cases since March. There have been 100 deaths. 1,905 people are actively fighting the virus, while more than 4,300 people have recovered. Of the 112 new cases, 66 were identified through contact tracing. 4 cases reported recent travel and were identified in quarantine. Guam's COVID area risk score, or CAR score, is 20.3, and again, the ideal score for Guam would be 5 and below. As for hospitalizations, there are a total of 65 people hospitalized at GMH, GRMC, and Naval Hospital for COVID. 15 are in ICU and 8 are on a ventilator. GDOE, meanwhile, confirms 2 additional employees have tested positive for COVID, both from Weddingell Elementary. And with more news, here is Tyler Mazzanani.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. The Department of Corrections' battle against COVID-19 isn't easing up. The total number of prisoners who have been transferred to Guam Memorial Hospital and admitted as COVID-19 patients has climbed. Joining KUAM on The Link, GMH's William Kando.
We have 5 DOC inmate admissions. One of them is at the COVID isolation facility in Barragata, and the other 4 are admitted here. All of them are COVID.
DOC Director Joe Carbolito informs KUAM they are retesting 20 inmates and detainees from Post 24 that started experiencing COVID-related symptoms. As a result, an additional 7 DOC staff were also retested. The department is awaiting the test results. As of news time, the COVID-19 count in the prison remains at 98 inmates and detainees and 46 officers and civilian employees. It's now up to the jury. Deliberations are underway in Mark Torrey Jr.'s criminal case. It was 11 days of trial that included several witnesses and playback recordings from the July 2015 incident. Torrey is accused for the homicide of fellow police officer Albert Piolo. An amended indictment charges him with negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges for allegedly shooting Piolo in the early morning hours outside the Torrey residence in Jigo. It's a verdict by the jury of 12 that will determine whether he is guilty of the conviction. Guam was named as one of the destinations on the rise for 2021 in National Geographic's magazine New Best of the World list. An article on its website says, ahead of a new year with the promise of a return to travel, we are eager to share these 25 timely tales of timeless places that will define our future itineraries. Guam was part of a section spotlighting places with culture and history. The article mentions the island as a top for next year's 500th anniversary of Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe, which it says isn't exactly a cause for celebration on Guam. It quotes Dr. Michael Bevacqua as a Chamorro author and activist who told the magazine young Chamorros are increasingly learning to embrace their culture, and being able to speak Chamorro and pass it on is at the core of our culture and the identity of our people, Bevacqua said. In a statement, GVB said it's honored that Guam made the list, and the island's 4,000-year-old culture has made it appealing and unique for global travelers for decades. That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
If you're receiving PUA, we've got news you need to know as the Guam Department of Labor advises PUA claimants who may qualify for Lost Wages Act to get their documents in order and submitted by tomorrow in order to be included in the November 24th batch. GDOL continues to audit the potentially qualified LWA claims, but the batch scheduled for next week may be smaller than anticipated due to a lack of documentation. Throughout this week, some applicants may receive a call from PUA staff to fix their claims or supply additional documents and check stubs to qualify for the supplement. The LWA provides qualifying claimants an extra $300 a week of federal assistance for 6 weeks on top of what they receive from PUA. The Guam Fire Department is investigating the cause of a fire that occurred in Estumbo Dededo last night, according to GFD spokesperson Kevin Riley. Just before 9 p.m., units responded to a fully engulfed Woodinton structure fire off of Swamp Road. No injuries to residents or responders were reported. President-elect Joe Biden continues to focus on the coronavirus pandemic as he prepares to take office on January 20th. Meanwhile, President Trump is continuing his fight against the election results, hoping to stay in office. Natalie Brand has more.
President-elect Joe Biden is today holding a virtual roundtable with healthcare workers on the front lines of the coronavirus fight. The president-elect's Coronavirus Advisory Board says the Trump administration's refusal to begin the transition process is hurting its preparation.
You can't start that, early enough. We've already lost nearly 250,000 lives to this pandemic. We owe it to the public to work together as closely as possible, as efficiently as possible.
President Trump's own COVID task force now shows 47 states are in the red zone for new cases. The task force calls the spread of the virus aggressive and unrelenting. This comes as President Trump continues to fight the election results, claiming widespread voter fraud without proof. On Tuesday, he fired the Homeland Security Director responsible for protecting the vote from cyber attacks.
You should have confidence in the integrity of the process.
Christopher Krebs told CBS News by phone he expected to be fired and has no regrets. Last week, he issued a statement saying there is no evidence that any voting system deleted or lost votes, changed votes, or was in any way compromised.
I don't know if it was a partisan agenda, a personal grievance, what it was, but it definitely seemed to be animated by something, and it seemed to go directly at this president and legitimate claims that he's pursuing in court.
In Wayne County, Michigan, which includes Detroit, Republican members of the Board of Canvassers initially blocked certifying the vote there before changing their minds and certifying results showing President-elect Biden as the winner. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
And finally, joining the chorus of congratulations to Congressman Michael San Nicolas, who was elected a second term to Washington, D.C. Governor Lulian Guerrero, in a statement issued to KUAM, said that she congratulated Delegate San Nicolas on a personal call with him yesterday, and they renewed their pledge to work with each other for the good of our people. They committed to support each other in their request for continued federal assistance for our people and our economy as a result of the pandemic, from a Guam buildup that preserves our cultural assets to fairness in EITC and the full inclusion of Guam in future COVID relief at a federal level. There is a great deal of work that will require our hard work and cooperation, and our administration is poised to renew that work for Team Guam. Quote, I wish him well in the new Congress. Again, that was Governor Lulian Guerrero about her conversation with Congressman Michael San Nicolas. And that is your news. We will have more on the link after the break.
Thank you very much.
Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Top of the day. The KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location,
So you can be part of the show.
it's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
My heart is pounding, pounding your name. Here without you is like a stormy weather. You're my necessity, only you make it better.
Yeah.
Leaving you today could be the worst day. It's the last that I will see your face.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to The Link. That's the new one from Kids from Chook. It's called Leaving. You can follow them on Instagram. I just search up Kids from Chook and it'll pop up. And they always post when they're going to come out with a new song. That one's called Leaving here on The Link. It's The Breeze 93.9. Good morning, 7:19. Let's jump right into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have sitting by here Labor Director Dave Della Sola with the latest on the pandemic unemployment assistance. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing absolutely sunshiny and great. Feeling good.
Beautiful day.
The coffee's hitting right. So we'll just give you the floor. Just give us a general update, and then Sabrina has like 52 tough questions for you. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'd like to tell you that, as Sabrina announced, that we released or batched on Tuesday another $7.1 million of PUA, which translated to $5.7 million in direct deposits and $834 million in checks, with $587 going into taxes. And then the week before that, of course, we batched $9.6 million in PUA. And that brings us up to about $430 million in PUA payments paid out since June. So we're doing this pretty well. We batched this a week early, as you've been reading in the press releases, that we are trying to do the Lost Wage Act. Last week, as you know, we've been waiting for the waiver, the presidential waiver, which tells us that we can not have to pay the $100 portion of the $400 share, or we can just pay $300. All the states took advantage of that offset through their UI program because they pay a state contribution in UI, but Guam doesn't have it, so therefore FEMA came up with a waiver from the president month and a half ago or 2 months ago, and advised the governor to take advantage of it. The governor wrote to Trump. FEMA's been following up, and I've been, as they say in old terms, bird dogging it and staying on top of it. And finally, I said, how much longer? You guys got to help us. So basically, Bob Fenton and FEMA regional administrator talked to the governor, told her to go ahead. He felt that she should just go ahead and pay for it. Told me that too, and we'll work on the waiver, and hopefully we can get that out sometime soon. And if it doesn't, we can work on it next year, because they didn't plan on making us pay for it for almost another year if that came about. So he felt confident that we can get the waiver. So the governor, sitting down talking, said, let's get this money out. It's, this PCOR 1's been going for a while. The people need the help. It's the holiday season. So we've been trying to find a way to get it out. So the best way we were doing it is that we basically printed out everybody that's qualified for the LWA and making $100, and we're starting to audit it. And we are hoping to pay by next Tuesday, which is the 24th of November. As we closed down 311, because we needed all hands on deck to get this massive project up and running and cleaning and scrubbing. And we're now noticing there's a lot of claims that are missing documents and proof of their furlough and then reemployment and then refurlough. As we know, August 17th, we went back into PCOR 1 from PCOR 3. There was a lot of businesses that opened up in that 1 month time, as we are aware of and remember. And a lot of people just either kept applying, or they were furloughed and they just started reapplying without showing any documentation when exactly they were refurloughed. And that's the kind of documentation that the auditors, which we are in 5 audits right now. So we're getting the flavor of what they're looking for when they're auditing the PUA program, the LWA program, and the various other programs that we have, that they want to just show proof that if you were working, then you usually have check stubs that you were working. And then when you were furloughed, a letter that says basically on August 17th, you are hereby furloughed until further notice. And those are the kind of documents that we need to show that, because not everybody furloughed on the 17th. Some people might have done on the 18th or the 20th, or some kept open all the time. And that's the problem that we're seeing now. And I'm trying to get this money out to everybody. And we're trying to do this as quickly as possible. So today's press release is basically a call out to all those PUA people that were, if you were furloughed the whole time, then you don't have to worry about anything, because you were continuously in the same condition and there's no other documents that you need to share. But if you were working and then you were eventually re-furloughed a second time, then all you need to do is show some kind of proof that any auditor or somebody that can, if they went into your claim, would just basically see, boom, you were re-furloughed, here's a letter, the check stubs show you that you were working and now you were laid off because of COVID. And that's the call out that I'm doing. And we're gonna batch it anyway on the 24th. It may not be as big as I anticipated because of, we are, like I said, as we are going in there and scrubbing, we're learning more and more things. And there's a lot of people that may have overpayments, meaning they were, went back to work and then they were re-furloughed, but some of them have amnesia and forgot to stop filing their weeklies. And they kept filing and kept getting the money even though that they were back to work. And they know that that's not what they're supposed to be doing. So those are just some of the problems that we're seeing, and we keep just trying to move forward, working as hard as we can. This is the first batch for the LWA. we will probably do another one in 2 weeks or so, depending on how this first batch goes. And we audit that batch again after the payment. It won't be the last one. So if you don't make this payment, you can prepare and get ready for the second round of it a little later on. And we'll just keep our fingers crossed that this 24th payment will go well with the programmers. I have another meeting after this with one last meeting with the programmers to go over all the issues and everything in anticipation for the 24th. That'll be an hour and a half, 2 hour meeting this morning. So we hope to have everything lined up. I mean, we are basically running head on with this. No time for advanced planning and all this stuff because time is just too short and our people need the money. The governor said, get the money out. So that's what I'm doing.
We do have some comments here from some of our viewers regarding the LWA and this call out for information. Why just now? They're asking for more documents and giving us only up until tomorrow, or we will be disqualified. We were furloughed since September.
Not going to be disqualified. This is something, yes, if I had more time to give you, but you kind of heard my timeline. And yes, I can give you all the time, a lot more time, and wait for the payment to go out. That's the alternative. Or pay those people who follow the instructions on the claim and say that you're supposed to upload all your documents. And when you are furloughed and rehired, then, you stop filing. So everything is good. But then when you're re-furloughed, you know that you're supposed to give a document from your employer that states that you are hereby furloughed because of COVID and not because you were fired or not because of other reasons, which you'll be surprised. There's a lot of people, not a lot, there are some people who got to PUA and have gotten a little lazy going back to work, and they decided that they didn't want to go back to work, and then they were eventually fired. And when that happens, they're no longer qualified for PUA. And that's just one instance. There's so many instances when you're talking about 20 to 25,000 people. There are hundreds of every kind of story that's out there. We've always said you need to have your documents in order to prove that you were laid off or furloughed because of COVID. And if you're re-furloughed, you still need those same documents, just like when you were initially furloughed. Nothing has changed. People just forget that that's what is required. And I'm reminding them.
All right. I wanted to go in a little bit more on this total $431 million in PUA payments paid out since June. Can you refresh my memory? How much in PUA money did Guam get for the payouts?
We got, way back when the first week or two of this whole mess in March, we had to come up with a budget. Yeah. They just said, hey, how much money do you need for this whole program? And, we had a group of people saying, well, how do you plan this? So, of course, we just said, sit down, and we took the worst case scenario. And so we budgeted $945 million, including administrative costs, about $924 million, give or take, for the program. So we budgeted with a lot of cushion for this program. So right now we're at 430, and we have about a month, just over a month left in this program. And people, unfortunately, are starting to time out, meaning they're reaching the 39 weeks starting next month, if not already. If you filed since February, you're one of those early furloughs, then you've already started to reach your 39 weeks of the program. And the program ends on the 26th. Everybody ends.
And what do we do if we have money left over? We give it back to the feds.
Well, technically we don't have money left over. That's why every time I batch a file and, on Tuesday I come up with that dollar amount, we send that request to USDOL for an allotment drawdown. And then they draw down and put in the bank the exact amount of money that batch is. That's why, way back when you heard everybody, they're just holding that 900 million in the bank and getting, no, we're not. They only give us what we batch up to, and then that money, as soon as it goes in the bank, gets released in direct deposits. So that is just a working number. That 945 or 24 million is just the working number, and we draw it as we need it.
Where are you with? Are you still getting a lot of fraudulent claims?
We are. That's always a lot of work. We have some additional measures in which seem to be helping us. As you know, we estimate. I have a oversight hearing coming up this Friday. So we've been, and the governor's office has also been asking us for numbers. So in between all the regular work, we're trying to put together some numbers. And one number that I will share with you is that we estimate about 80,000 claims of fraud have been submitted into the system. And that calculates to about over $600 million worth of claims that we've managed to catch and remove. That gives you an idea of the workload of just getting those things. That's why we batch every day, is that we have to literally go in and remove up to 90% of fraud from the list for that day and just remove them out and try to get to our Guam good claimants that have all the documents in and everything like that. So that just gives you an idea of what we're up against. And we continue to work with the feds. We have forwarded cases to them, both locally in the AG's office, the FBI, and to the OIG, Homeland Security. They're also working with the attacks that we've had through Autobots and through computers. I don't want to get too specific, but we've had several massive organized attacks on our system that try to either bring the system down or try to dump thousands of claims in a very short amount of time. And these have closed the system for a day as we caught it and regrouped and put in those preventative measures. So we've managed, or the system has managed, a program since this is a cloud-based system that is being used in half a dozen states. So this is a very robust, secured system, thank God. And they managed to thwart all that kind of massive organized attack. So they're looking at those attacks to see whether or not there are anything that they can get out of it. As far as where is it coming from? Is it a organized syndicate? Is it coming from a different country? Is it, there's all kinds of problems. And like I said before, we are getting, we had a closed 311, but we were getting about 30% or more calls that were coming in from fraud calls demanding payment. That's how brazen we keep getting. So they're calling up, demanding payment, telling us that we're in violation of the laws. What's wrong? I demand to get my payment now. And as soon as we start questioning who they are, what they are, they eventually just hang up.
Hey, Dave, this is Jason, and I do want to say, congratulations to you, because I know, as someone who did aspire yourself to be an engineer at one point, I've got a tech tip that I've kind of gotten from the community. I was able to work on a couple things. Some people were telling me that they said for whatever reason they weren't able to access HireGuam.com, the site for that. and they were saying that they were able to figure it out and say if they are on Guam and they were running a VPN. So basically, okay, well, I'm going to get a little bit geeky here, guys. So if you were proxying your internet connection to use a virtual private network, you can disable that and it will work.
I'd rather not get into that, and I'd rather you not get into that.
No, sure.
You're starting to get into what I don't want to get out to
of course.
To the fraud people. So you've seen some of the measures that we are taking in place, and
right.
I'm asking you, please don't say these
understood.
out loud, because you're just tipping our hat.
Sure, understood.
But you starting to see some of the massive amount of fraud measures that we are putting into place in order to try to thwart these people. It's just getting crazy. But yes, we do have certain measures since we're on Guam that we are taking in place that help us trying to cut down the amount. But every time we put in a measure, these computer guys are pretty smart. They figure things out, and they will have workarounds and stuff like that. But those novice ones haven't figured out everything. And those are the ones that are caught in some of those more obvious measures that we have on that you mentioned, Jason.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
Thank you.
Whoa. Okay.
No worries. Security is job number one when it comes to this kind of stuff.
And I'm sure there's a lot of computer geeks out there that can see some
geeks,
of these
keyword.
Yeah. Them out.
You're a geek, Jay.
How many cases have been forwarded to the AG's office?
A couple. You know, we tried to cherry pick the more obvious ones, the ones that are that you just shake your head saying, "Really? You're really going to do this?" And our people just and those are the ones that we're forwarding to the various agencies, depending on what they're trying to do, how obvious they are, and how much money they might have tried to gotten paid or they try to get paid. So we distributed those investigations out evenly according to how egregious they are.
Update on appeals?
Oh, the appeals, well, they're going very well. We have probably taken care of about 50-some appeals since we started several weeks ago. And the biggest thing that we've been able to do is the informal process. A lot of the steps in the appeals is once we get your appeal, we reach out and we make sure that you have all your documents, that you understand what is going to be the next steps, and if you want to make sure that you're going to move forward. A lot of times they explain what's going on. They say, "Oh, now I understand," and I withdraw. Or if they say, "Well, I have this document. Once it's uploaded, we see it," then we might just say, "Oh, this changes the whole narrative, and we'll fix this claim right here and then," and they're happy. So we'd say at least 60% of those that are filed have withdrawn their appeals through an informal process of just reaching out, talking to them, and working through and making sure that they understand what the process is. But out of those appeals, because as you always hear, I want to get the money out. I don't take holding people or DQing, as we call it, disqualifying them very lightly. And so far, with all the appeals that have been heard, we haven't lost one case. And that has to do with, every time that they're going to DQ, and, there is a lot of reasons behind it. We sit down and we talk it over as a group and get a consensus before we do that. And so I like to think that we're very careful, and that goes to tell you how careful that we are. But and if there is any reason to change, we change it before it gets to the appeals process. But yes, we are holding appeals, every week, and we're trying to cut them down. We still got a couple hundred more, and we've managed to hear and solve 53 of them so far. And that's a long process. It's run just like a courtroom to make sure that the claimant has their rights and they hear all the facts and understand what's going on.
We do have someone online asking for the numbers for the appeal hotline.
There's no appeals hotline. There is a letter that you get and a form that you get, and then you submit that in to us, and then that gets processed and queued. And when you get close to your queue, that's when we reach out and we start talking to you to prepare you for and schedule you and find out, we try to do as many as possible through Zoom. But if they don't, then we have our third floor conference room set up to as a hearing room. And as a backup to that, we are using the civil service hearing room as an alternative site. But, because of this PCOR 1, we try to encourage everybody to do Zoom. But if they don't have the computers and stuff, we schedule them for a live hearing.
I do have another question. What is the overtime payment to?
The overpayment?
Yeah, overtime payments.
There's no overtime payment. There's an overpayment.
Okay.
And that usually occurs when you, a typical scenarios like when you got, you applied and you got paid for your weeks, a certain amount of weeks, and then PPP came in and your employer paid you for those weeks. So you got PUA payments for weeks that you were paid. So that is an overpayment, meaning for those weeks you have to repay it. Or that you incorrectly put in, you went back to work part-time and you got a check and you incorrectly calculated the dollar amount of the reduction in the PUA payment and you got paid more. That's an overpayment. Or you went back to work and you filed that you were still out of work for that week or weeks. And we audit you and we find that out. That is an overpayment that you have to pay back. So there are many reasons for overpayments, and those are the ones that we are, you get a notice and we're working on with each and every claimant that's out there.
How much an overpayment was then paid out?
I'm getting all that information, and all that information will be, I'm trying to get it prepared for Friday so that I can give you a summary if you care to join us.
You have an estimate? You have an estimate on the overpayments?
You have no idea how many numbers I have in my head. It's just, we have collected, I want to say that I'm afraid that if I say a number, it might be the wrong number, and then I set it out. And I don't like to give misinformation. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Like I said, I just have way too many numbers in my head in order for me to feel comfortable in telling you what it is. But yes, we've done some overpayments, and I'm trying to see if I can pull it up. So we've managed to collect around $100,000 in overpayments, give or take. I'm not sure if that's the right number, but yes, we've managed to close about 19. This is as of, let me see where I'm at. I'm sorry. Total amount recovered. Okay, so in October, we managed to collect about $156,000 in overpayments, and the total amount of overpayments is about just over $500,000 that we've identified as overpayments. So we've collected 156, and the others are all being worked on and processed, and worked out as far as how are they going to pay back. Or if they're going to pay back, they want to pay back, but those are the things. So we managed to collect $156,000 in cash back from overpayments. And a lot of the honest people, say, oh, I knew I shouldn't have gotten this money, I'm holding it. can we get this money to you? And we worked out for them to make an appointment to come in and settle their accounts.
All right, thanks.
Dave, thank you. This was like a pre-oversight hearing.
Yeah, you guys grilled me. You guys should be run for senator.
Oh, no. We're good. Don't do much running around here. Thank you, Dave. It's good practice for tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you guys.
Of course.
And you guys all be safe. And,
Be safe.
Thank you for allowing me to get the information out to the public.
I know it's not really a breakfast food, Dave, but I made virtual cut and pica, and it's in little to go balutan, so you could take some for lunch. Okay.
I will send a runner over.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
A virtual runner.
There you go. Yeah. Everything's virtual now. See you, Dave Della Sola. It's 7:46. Good morning. The link is proudly brought to you by Dial Rentone, Cabo Select Care, where federal employees and annuitants. It's 2020 federal benefits open season. Enroll now until December 14th, 2020. Call 477-9808 for more info. It's also proudly brought to you by Burger King, the Thrive Coalition, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier at 647-COOL. It's 747. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we had a mini oversight hearing with Dave Della Sola, and now let's do a little mini session with Senators Kelly Marsh Taitano, and she's the Assistant Majority Leader, and we have Minority Leader Senator Tello Taitigui. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Long time no see.
Yeah, there was an election and everything.
Yeah, it sure was. I think the last time I was on air was around 2:30 in the morning on the post from the election all the way to like 5:30 or 6 o'clock.
Right.
Was the last time.
And Senator Kelly, I know you joined us on election morning. I know a lot of people, after having seen the results from that election, a lot of people would have just not shown up, but you did. And I wanted to thank you because I didn't get a chance to, but I wanted to thank you for that opportunity to talk with you on what I'm sure was a pretty emotional morning for you.
Well, you know, I always appreciate the opportunity to come on here and talk a little bit. So I appreciate you guys right back.
There you go. We'll just start with something you might not have appreciated. But one thing you both have in common is you both got a bill vetoed by the governor. And so I guess we'll just start there. Just tell us which bills and your reaction. Go ahead, Senator Kelly.
Well, yeah, you know, we're part of a list of bills that have been vetoed this term, and so it's not the first time. And I think we both put our bills forward because we were really thinking about the community of Guam and what was going to be good for it. So, yeah. We both put a lot of hard work into this, a lot of thought into this, and listened to the community about these issues. And for me, you guys know that I care a lot about the sustainability of our island, and I'm constantly looking for ways that we can be ensuring that we're going in a sustainable direction. And that includes the economy, which I had talked about recently, that one of the bills that I have going forward, I was hoping was going to be this session, but I guess it will have to be next, is my Inter-Regional Commerce Commission to really build our economy on more sustainable principles as we're diversifying. So it's one of many things that I've looked at to try to have those elements here for our community to just put us forward in the right direction.
Right on. Senator Tello, yours I know had something to do with the government claims the act and hasn't been updated in like 40 years. So that got shot down. What's your reaction to that?
Well, in shock. I was totally shocked. And I had, counting myself, about 9 co-sponsors. And I had 3 co-sponsors at the very beginning when I introduced the bill. And one of them was, thank you, Senator Kelly Marsh, for being a co-sponsor of that bill. I think she was my only Democrat on that bill that was co-sponsored. I greatly appreciate it. And The bill is just straightforward. You know, after 40 years, the government hasn't increased the cap of liability, limits of liability on the Government Claims Act. You know, wrongful death has been at $100,000 for almost 40 years. You know, $300,000 for any tort action after that. I mean, that's a long time, considering inflation. I mean, we even increased minimum wage, you know, sooner than 40 years, you know, and so it was just a bit of a shock, you know, but I'm grateful after the, before putting it into the voting file, I was able to get additional co-sponsors who believed in the same perspective, you know, I think, so it was a total of nine co-sponsors. So I'm hoping to get one more that was not a co-sponsor so that we can attempt an override in this session. I'm just really shocked because it's, for a lot of people, this was a no-brainer. You know, it was needed. We didn't, and this is another thing, the veto message, I believe, that the governor put out that was that it's going to cost the government more money. Number one, the bill does not appropriate additional money. What happens is during the budget season, every year, the legislature puts funding into the Guam Claims Fund. And within that year, if it's all expended, then that's it. Then we have to wait until the following year to make whole anybody who did not get paid out. And this is a responsibility of the government, like anything. I mean, if you walk into a store, slip and fall, and it was not your fault, it was the negligence of the store owner, then we have the right to sue them. So why is it that the government of Guam doesn't hold that same type of liability toward anybody? And it's just not right. So again, this just increases it. And the increase was to wrongful death to $200,000 for wrongful death. And the other one was to $500,000. And believe it or not, I mean, this is like the lowest of even states that have no cap to their liability on some of them. Majority of them are up to $1 million. You know, so we basically gradually brought it up to a point that I think that is doable at this point, and hopefully we don't wait another 40 years to adjust this liability Government of Guam Claims Act, because the people of Guam incur expenses that are much higher than it was even 10 years ago. So I think, you know, over time, it's just, how would I say, I'm just shocked, to tell you the truth. So many other people are just shocked about it, but we need to be upfront with the people of Guam and try to make them whole. But yeah, I'm kind of lost for words. Did I sound like I was lost for words? Probably
no, you
not,
sounded
right?
all right. I would have gabbled you if you did. But you know, there was in session yesterday, I noticed that you kind of took the floor about this bill that would prevent, I think it's Mary Torres bill that would prevent the Civil Service Commission from auditing personnel actions after an employee's been on the payroll for 6 months. Yeah, what was that about, Senator?
Oh, wow. Okay, that's ironic because Senator Marsh and I were just talking about that in the parking lot.
Oh, hey, wow, look at that.
Yeah, there's a big issue with this bill, you know. It's like trying to legitimize everything that all directors have done in the past that were wrong, you know, and making it legal now or like it's supposed to happen. No, not at all. My biggest pet peeve, and I think Senator Marsh, I'll let her take it after this, is just the issue about allowing after 6 months, if somebody has been on probation, actually, they sit for 6 months. Okay, let me start from the beginning. When an individual is hired, they usually have about a 6 month probation before they become a classified employee in the government of Guam. Sometimes directors have the discretion of extending that to another 6 months. So some people can be sitting there for almost a year of probation before they can become a classified employee. what Senator Mary Torres' bill does is it basically allows an individual who, if they falsified or put something on their application that they had experience on and they really didn't have that experience, or basically falsified their application. And if they lay low for about 6 months, and the government doesn't find out, then they got a job for life. And you can't go after them and fire them or null and void his personal action sheet and send them away. You can't do that. So it's like we're almost awarding those who can hide behind the radar for 6 months and then you'll get a job. So it's just, there's a lot of things in it. And the last thing before I turn it over to Senator Marsh is that it requires now the Civil Service Commission to act as prosecutor, judge, and jury by putting some of the onus of responsibility of adverse action onto the civil service to the employee when it's a job of the administration or the agency head.
Right. So
there's a lot of issues.
Senator Kelly?
Right, Kelly?
Go ahead, Senator Kelly.
If I can, I want to take just a minute to talk about the bill that was vetoed, because I was looking forward and I didn't really discuss it very much, but I do have comments about yesterday's session as well. Okay. And so with my bill, it's updating the comprehensive development plan for the island. And again, as we're moving forward, the smartest thing that we can do is to be planning for it. And it's why we've had some of the issues we have had is because there hasn't been an updated guideline for it. The comprehensive development plan that we have was done in Ricky Berdalio's time, if that tells you anything. I was in high school at the time. I don't know about you guys. You're maybe younger than me. Maybe you were in middle school or elementary school, but that was a really long time ago. And so we're grateful that it's been there. We've needed that foundation, but there's been so much that's changed in the world. We understand climate change so much better now. We didn't understand that very well even just 10 years ago, much less 30, 40, 50 years ago. And then we have sea level rise. We have all of these principles like indigenous rights and environmental justice and social justice and ways we think about the homeless populations and people who have less access to, they're just less advantaged financially. And so it infused a lot of these principles in there so that as we're moving forward in our plans, that we're keeping all of those things in mind. And so it's, I'd like to say that it's really important. It passed unanimously with everybody that was there, including Senator Tello, and I appreciate her support of it. And it was bipartisan because we all recognize that importance of looking forward in a very, very thoughtful way. And I think that that's really going to help our economy in the long run, right? The economy, but then also one of my favorite sayings is, this island or the planet, we're just safeguarding it for our children. It's their inheritance. It's theirs, really, and we're just taking care of it for this in the short term. And so we really need to think of that generationally. What are we handing over to our children, grandchildren, and their children? So that was what that bill was all about. And it also recognized the Chamorro special connection to the land, the sea, and the air, because a homeland is a homeland. I had told Chris that I'm actually part Norwegian, and I haven't been to Norway, but I feel a special connection to Norway for some reason, just because I know that that's part of my heritage. And I know that Chamorros have that special connection here, and all of us on the island, as much as we consider it our home, it's the only home I've known, but we have to have that at the base of everything, that they have that special connection that will never change, really, to be at the base of things. But for yesterday, so some of what I wanted to point out for yesterday's session is that I really appreciated Senator Therese was saying she, and myself included, appreciated the intent of the bill. There are some issues that CSC needs to have fixed. And this is where it's important that we work together as a body, that we come before the body with what we have as good intentions to fix something. And we think of it, you know, I'm always of the mind that the more heads that are working together, the better served the issue usually is. And so Senator Therese is going to put forward some amendments this morning, but she recognized about 3 or 4 elements to the bill that she thought were really strong changes and improvements for the CSC. And then, you know, we as a body had some differing thoughts as to how to tackle some of the other issues that were brought up. So I'm looking forward to those amendments, and I'm hoping it will make it a bill that we all feel comfortable with, which is what has to happen every session. We have to get to a point that we either feel comfortable with it and we can support it, or we just, you know, it's not meeting the intent in our eyes, or it's not an intent we can support, and then the bill isn't supported. So I hope we get it to that place, because CSC does have issues that need to be fixed.
Right. So that being said, are you guys planning on an override attempt or anything with your bills that were vetoed?
Oh, I am. Oh yeah,
troublemaker.
Baby. I am, and I appreciate you bringing it up to Chris and Sabrina, because I need your help. I need the public's help, and I think a lot of people believed in the bill. Like I said, it was 40 years ago, making people whole. And just to reiterate too that, like I said, this does not appropriate any money right up front. It still requires the legislature to put funding into the account every year. And in the event there's not enough, then people have to wait. So it's to get paid for the next year. So we're not, jeopardizing any appropriation or the general fund at all. It's just making an individual whole. And I'm hoping with the 9, and I'm asking the community out there to please reach out, especially to those 9 individuals that are co-sponsors to this bill, to stay the course. I mean, what changed your mind? There was nothing justifying to change your mind. The bill is still in the same tack it was. It did not require additional appropriation. It just allowed the limit of liability to be higher to today's cost of living.
Right.
And, you know, healthcare has gone up tremendously in 40 years. So I'm asking the support of that.
All right. Senator Kelly, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I believed in this bill enough, and as did other people. Like I said, it passed unanimously
yeah,
because, I mean, who doesn't want to develop in a sustainable way?
Oh, I guess the governor.
I see their continued support. Well, you know, I think she has been forward thinking. I do think I should have done a better job of conveying some of these issues, and so yeah, I do think I could have done a better job conveying this, but I have seen so much proactivity for sustainability. Maybe I thought I didn't have to provide much information, but there are concerns, and I want everybody to know that I thought them through over this last year, and I reached out to everybody I needed to. I talked to planners, I talked to the agencies involved, that it was realistic and this made sense. It was something they really, really supported. And so I want to convey that to everyone out there, that this is realistic. The agencies support it, and the planners said that it's feasible. And one of the issues, and Senator Tello was one of the ones who had asked about this, and it's a valid question, is how are we going to fund these sort of things? And this is where we're very fortunate as a community, because when we talk about sustainability, zero waste, climate change, sea level rise, there's federal funding for these sort of initiatives especially because we know that we're all contending with this. And that's one of the things. The Bureau of Statistics and Plans and the planners who are part of these different sorts of plans, they are securing federal funds. There are 2 plans going on right now that I'm very excited about. I won't get the names necessarily exactly correct, but it's the Seashore System Plan and the Forestry System Plan. I believe we haven't had either of those all of our years of existence, but we're getting them into place, and it's going to safeguard those parts of the environment for us, and like I said, for our children and grandchildren.
Let me ask you this, Senator Kelly. Do you think the vetoing of your bill had any, or even you, Senator Tello, had anything to do with how critical you guys have been of the administration in the last few months? Do you think the gov was like, oh, these two, veto?
I have to say, to go that far, to make this political by vetoing my bill before an election, I shrugged to think that that's something she would do just for the sake of politics, to veto my bill. So have I thought about it? Of course I did.
Senator Kelly?
Did you do this only because it was political? Of course I thought about it.
Right.
But, I just, gosh, that would be terrible. I said to myself, if she just did that. That's all I got to say about that.
Senator Kelly, what do you got to say about that?
I'm of the same mind, and ours weren't the only 2 bills that were vetoed. There was also another one, and we are part of a list of others along the way. So part of it is, like I said, at least for me, I feel like I could have done a better job of explaining the parts of the bill that might have caused concern, but maybe I was a little too enthusiastic, and I know that we're both like-minded in issues of sustainability, and so I'm going to put forth that information here and elsewhere and just assure everybody.
Yeah, but
that,
Senator Kelly, I mean, it
everything
passed unanimously. I mean, how much lobbying did you feel you had to do? I feel like if it passed and it passed the muster of all your colleagues, and should have been set it and forget it right now. We got to go. We're against the top of the hour, but it's really good catching up with you two. And now that election's over, we'll start to fold more of you and the senators onto the show again, okay?
Wait, I had a question.
Sorry. Oh, hey, Bree. Hey, Bree.
Hi.
Hey, we haven't got to hear from you.
I know. Hey, Bree.
Hi.
Put her in the picture.
This actually doesn't have to do with session, but it was something that I wanted to ask Senator Marsh Taitano about the Department of Parks and Recreation. I was just on the legislature's website, and I understand that you had introduced a bill related to DPR and the director position.
Yeah, this director position, it's been an interesting situation like the whole term. Last term, somehow DPR didn't have any oversight, and so that's a concern how that was overlooked. But we can't go back in time. But what we found out is there hadn't been a board for about 6 years. And so if there isn't a board, the appointment of the director, it only kind of just sits there and it waits for the board to take it to the next level. So what we found out is that now that we have a board, there are actually 4 steps to this, probably more steps than anybody else in all of the government of Guam. The governor has to appoint, then the board has to approve, then it comes to the legislature, and then I believe the governor has to go back and confirm and approve the legislature's approval. And so we want to just make it standard with everybody else's and normalize it so it's not these 4 or more processes, but it boils itself down to what other directors go through, and that is still having the legislative oversight, but that the governor doesn't have to bookend it at the beginning and at the end. So there's that, and we're also safeguarding their recreational fund just to make sure that nothing is able to be transferred out, because we all know the department needs every penny that they can get.
Do we have time to ask? Just since we do have you on, I just wanted to get a few
Actually,
updates.
I'm sorry, Sabrina. I'm so sorry. We're going to cut off KUAM TV because I don't want to have to make you guys feel rushed. We want to get some good answers and good questions in. So we're KUAM FM in Agatna, Guam. To our viewers on KUAM TV, there's a whole bunch of great programming on the way. Or you can jump over here where the action is on the link, The Breeze 93.9. We're on KUAM News Facebook. We're on the radio. We're streaming on Docomo Channel 10. It's all over everywhere. Okay. My name's Chris.
Sabrina.
Thank you, KUAM TV. Esta Hedges. We're back. You now join us again in progress. An interview with Senators Tello Taitigui, Senator Kelly Marsh, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on some issues with the Department of Parks and Recreation. I know that something about the restrooms. The parks are open, but the restrooms are closed. Do you have any update on what's going on there? And also with the pool.
Yeah, so 2 updates with the pool, and this is where those situations of we want transparency and accountability, but then also government processes can be very slow, unfortunately. And I do need to follow up on these some of these different issues. I have been thinking about having another informational briefing. But with the pool in Dedido, it's ready to go for repair. We're just waiting for one last step, I understand, from GSA, and then that can get underway. And so there are several important things that need to happen there. And then for the Hagatna pool, so the governor has made her decision that she's going to be working towards having a new pool, an Olympic-sized one. The one at Hagatna actually wasn't quite Olympic-size, but to have a fully Olympic-sized one that's going to meet the swim meets needs in training for the Olympics and otherwise. And that's going to be up there as it was meant to be originally in the first plan for the Dedido complex. It was meant to have that pool there. So they are going to move forward with that. And the restrooms, sorry. So with the restrooms, that is something, and I'm glad you asked me, that I need to follow up on again, because the last time that I spoke with the director, the repairs were all done. They were just waiting for the final inspection, and I believe them to be able to give the go-ahead to the maintenance contract. So I do need to follow up on that and make sure that those restrooms are open, or to find out what the holdup is, because that was a few weeks ago he told me that. And so if there is a holdup, we need to make sure that that holdup issue is getting resolved, so that they can be opened up. They have been repaired.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Parks and Rec.
Did you also want to ask about the Park Service fines that you've been asking about?
Right. I don't know if either one of you are aware, and I'm not even sure if this is a new thing. I was just reading something on the District Court of Guam's PACER site, and there was an order, I believe, for the National Park Service to implement a fee schedule, fines and fees, for, I guess, violations. Do any of you know if that's a new thing or
federal level?
Yeah, it's
on the federal.
Yeah. No.
I haven't. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me ask you then, Senator Tello. Are you good, Bree?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to ask, as the minority leader, obviously we're heading into a new legislature. Got a bunch of new Republicans, new Democrats as well. Is there a couple? Anyway.
New Democrats.
Are you planning to try and push to remain the minority leader? Because I'm just hearing there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and I wanted to get it straight from you. Do you plan on being the minority leader in the next legislature?
Well, first off, I think every seat that was available was given to a Republican, elected Republican candidate. So I'm very happy to have the help. Very, very happy to have the help. It's been a rough, year as a minority leader. So, well, I can't tell you who that'll be because it hasn't been voted on with the caucus or hasn't been released or anything like that. But no, I don't plan on running again for a minority leader. I'm going to step down in the 36th and allow somebody else to do it. I think it's only fair to do that. But if you remember, in the 35th Guam legislature, Senator Will Castro was the minority leader at the beginning for 1 year. And then what we did was we switched that around and had somebody else do it for 1 year. So I think, if anything, we brought that to the caucus, the 36th caucus of Republicans, and let them know that, if anyone's interested after a year, that we can change that leadership, everyone from minority leader to the whip. So it's open, but no, I'm not going to be seeking the minority leader. I think I did enough already. I'll let someone take the lead and be happy to follow.
Interesting. What's the real reason, though?
It was tough.
You tired of getting your bills vetoed?
It was really tough. It was. I think I held my ground. I think it really is time for somebody else. So, you always have to turn over the reign. And we have a lot of great, come on, we've got a group of Republicans coming in that are well-versed. I think every one of them had the opportunity to be a minority leader as well.
Wow.
So we'd like to give that option to another person, another Republican, to hold the reign and to lead.
Should we anticipate?
We can be good followers.
Should we anticipate a crazy power struggle with the Republicans? Because the way I see it, it's like, people talk about the Democrat Party having factions. There are factions in the Republican Party as well. And I can see kind of a couple of these factions at play. So are we going to see like how they knifed Therese Terlahi out of the speakership in the last legislature? Are we going to see something like that with the Republicans?
Anything can happen. That's why it makes your program very exciting. It changes day to day. People have to tune in because they can say one thing and the next thing something happens. It's different. Someone changes their mind. Somebody has a pet peeve with somebody, which is unfortunate. And really unfortunate, because what really gets me mostly in the legislature is when individual senators vote based on, who I'm a friend with, or, because this senator, I'm not going to vote for this because this senator, upset me or made me mad, about something. Yeah. And it's very unfortunate when people use their emotions in the legislature and not based on the bill and the content of the bill that's going to actually help so many people. And you get that a lot of times in the legislature. And this is where it causes rift. If people just stay the course, Senator Marsh, I look forward to every time there's a question, a bill comes on the floor. There are a couple people in the legislature I know who've done their homework, and you can obviously see that because
just a couple though. There's only just a couple.
Okay, you can say that. Yeah. Okay,
I didn't say it. You said it.
Yeah, and you can see them coming in with all their books, and you can tell by their questions that they've studied each and every bill. It's not you just study your bill. You have to study everyone's bill that comes on the session floor, because then it comes time for you to make an educated educated vote on how you're going to vote for this bill. And Kelly Marsh has always been that person. I look forward to her when she asks the questions, and obviously she studied the bill, the other person's bill, and I appreciate that. And I'm going to miss my fellow Norwegian, by the way, because we're both, have Norwegian blood in us, with mine is Shanski. And Kelly, what was yours? Your Senator Martin? Ingolson. See, we got that Norwegian connection here. I greatly appreciate the work that she does on every single bill. And it's important that you make an educated guess on it. Very educated.
Yeah,
so that's the rift that really happens in the legislature. Yeah. When you ask us, is there going to be inner fighting? If there's going to be, there's back and forth all the time.
Well, what we saw with this legislature was you had the governor's goons.
Rubber stampers?
The rubber stampers who just kind of did whatever the governor said, and that just caused a divide. But what I thought was interesting was made alliances between people at crossing party lines. You know what I mean? So you had the Democrats who were like, Lou says jump, they jumped, they didn't even ask how high. And then you had other Democrats who questioned things, and then they formed alliances with the Republicans. So I thought it was really interesting, the dynamics that were formed. And then you had some, like, Senator Kelly, who some might have said was a rubber stamper, but, I feel like, found her way in the last half of her term. And, I appreciate that. And, it is what it is. Might have cost you a couple bills, but,
Yeah, but I think people recognize that with Senator Marsh, that she became an independent thinker. I mean, there's, and I greatly appreciate that. So, and that's a reflection. I mean, the election in the 36th Guam legislature, I think the people of Guam voted the way they did based on that. And I think they want to see change. They want to see more of a separation of power here and have a separate branch of government, and not a bunch of individual people rubber stamping. And we're going to see that when we do the override vote on my bill. We'll see. We'll see if those people are still, stamping.
Right on. Senator Kelly, go ahead. Last word.
I would say for myself, I mean, I recognize myself as an independent thinker all along.
Right.
And, I've said before, if you look at my voting record, and I think one of the other things that Senator Tello and I have in common, at the beginning, and I think this demonstrates my independent thinking is, I was known as like the amendment person in the beginning because I really felt like whoever's bill it was, Republican, Democrat, or whatever, if I was going to support it or if it was going to go through, I wanted to make it the best it could be, right? And so, we've both done a lot of amendments over the term because we do research and study and try to improve what's there or catch any small gap. And people do that with my bill as well. One person can only, as much research and studying that they put into it, they won't necessarily see things that others do. And that's, I think, the purpose of the body. Right. But gosh, I feel like there was something, I was going to ask, I mean, this is totally off subject and I guess I can ask off the show, but for me, most people think of Norwegians as blonde and straight hair, I guess, but that's not all of Norwegians, obviously. And so my curly hair is actually Norwegian, and I don't know if that's true for Senator Tello, but I did also want to mention that I watched Chris yesterday. There was that fostering a healthy relationship with social media.
Wow,
and I like conferences like that, and I think it does real good things for the community. And I appreciated the things that Chris had to say there. And so I thought it was just really good to see him, speaking to the community and helping them get through. Social media can be a rough place, as was discussed yesterday. And we need to help our members of the community have tools for getting through some of that because it really impacts some people. And they do get kind of addicted to it. That was one of the things when I taught classes at the university is, after the first 15 minutes of the lecture, you could see that there was that temptation to start scrolling or checking. Right. And I had to develop a whole sort of method of politely and kindly discouraging that. And I would just stop the lecture and look at them and wait until they were ready to refocus. And it seemed to be pretty effective. But I did appreciate you doing that,
Thank
Chris.
You.
And I thought you made very good points.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. Yeah, I tried to come in a different way of what people are used to and provide a little more insight into just what I think about social media and how it's affected me and ways that people can kind of keep it at an arm's length, because I think people are just too much in the social media and they tend to forget there's a whole real world out here. So anyway, but I appreciate your kind words. I'd love for you to go on and on about it, but we're short of time. So thank you, Senator Kelly. Senator Tello, always a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Be
you,
safe.
guys.
And thank you, Sabrina. Good to see you. Jason, I know you're back there. Hello, and to the
Thanks so
staff.
much, Senator.
He's in the corner.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of social media savvy, Senator Kelly is really, really good on TikTok.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there
Okay.
you go. Raise
Hey,
the roof.
hey, ladies, for Norway.
Yeah.
TikTok.
We're to celebrate. We're gonna get some Viking cuisine in here or something.
Yeah, like raw fish. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Herring.
Herring. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Take care.
Okay. Good. Good talk. 825. This is the link on the Breeze 93.9. We're back. We're gonna switch gears a little bit. And Bree, what do we got coming up?
We've got representatives from the Filipino community of Guam. They're going to be talking about a fundraiser that they're holding to help our brothers and sisters in the Philippines.
That's next on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
Guam's early battles with COVID-19 were strong and forced cases down. Unfortunately, new cases surged in August, and we could not bring it down to previous levels, only to see an even higher wave surge from there. As a result, we have seen COVID hospitalizations rise in similar fashion. This is a big problem, especially on Guam.
In any hospital, the capacity to treat patients is based on the number of beds available and the professional healthcare staff available to treat these patients safely. Many of these beds are already occupied by the typical non-COVID patients, such as accident victims, stroke patients, and so forth.
But when healthier people get COVID and go around spreading it, they wind up infecting vulnerable people, sometimes directly, and sometimes by infecting someone else who then infects a vulnerable person, like some of our manamku. COVID can infect you fast and make many sick fast, which ultimately fills up hospital beds fast. Like most of the world, on Guam, the young, especially those in their 20s and 30s, make up majority of the COVID cases, but it's primarily our elders that are dying prematurely from it. Overall, those younger than 60 years old make up 88% of cases. Yet it is those over 60 years old that make up 62% of the deaths related to COVID. If you died in your 60s, that's about 2 decades short of the average life expectancy.
So as our hospital census rises, the crisis only worsens. Some with severe cases of COVID can't get care or suffer delays. And some who could be saved die. Plus, some with other medical issues have same challenges, and some of them die too.
So what exactly is happening on Guam most recently? We can look at Guam's admitted COVID patients, the non-COVID adult patients, and the combined census numbers of both groups. Typical capacity on Guam for adult patients is about 150 beds between GMH and GRMC. When the total census goes above this, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide the safest and most effective inpatient care, thus creating a surge crisis. Many on Guam are fighting for their lives, while our hospitals are resorting to extraordinary measures. Surge conditions equals potential for avoidable deaths. 95% of all the COVID-related deaths on Guam have occurred during the current waves. We are seeing record deaths in 2020, with September being the deadliest month. The official count from October is on track to surpass September. Even the non-COVID deaths have been above the average recorded over the past 5 years. To stop the spread now requires stronger efforts beyond what we've already done. Many in Guam have done a commendable job protecting themselves, their families, friends, and even strangers. But there are still some that don't, either because of COVID fatigue or momentary lapses in keeping their guard up. Then there are some who outright defy recommendations from the medical community. Our hospital surges may be made of only the severe cases, but it was generated mostly by people who didn't feel sick. That means the people who can do the most to avoid unnecessary deaths is the community on Guam. That means you. That means all of us. This war with COVID is not ending anytime soon, but when we all do our part, look what happens to our hospitals. We flatten the curve. Remember that phrase? It really can save lives.
Inafa Maulik literally means to make good, but really it's about restoring harmony to our community. Right now, there's no more meaningful way to do so than to respect and protect each other. You have the individual power to help us. You are the key. Can we count on you?
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yeah, I love that, man. You can tell we play it all the time. That's Eric with a C, Borja with a J, and Easy Jams, the classic cut from Live Local Fridays. Sin Hogu, Without You. 8:33, it's Thursday. On The Link, The Breeze 93.9, proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Calvo Select Care, federal employees and annuitants. You know it's a 2020 federal benefits open season, so enroll now until December 14th. You can call 477-9808 for more info. Also, Carrier 647 Cool, Calvo Enterprises, Burger King, the Thrive Coalition, and IT&E. At 8:33, we go now to the KUAM newsroom. Sabrina?
Right, where we have representatives from the Filipino community of Guam. We have James Robinson. He is the president of the FCG. Loisa Kabuhat, the assistant treasurer, and my dear friend Roy Adonai, who is with the Filipino community of Guam Board of Trustees. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. And once again, good morning to my fellow kababayans out there, our president, Mr. James Robinson, and of course, our very, very hardworking officer, Ms. Loisa Kabuhat. And I know I see over there Speaker Tina Mune Barnes, and I'll mention something about her. But, as you know, we'd like to just let the people know about what is going on and what the Filipino community Guam is doing. I'm going to have our president discuss about the Filipino community, and then also have Ms. Loisa discuss about the efforts that we're doing. But I'd like to probably give some update as to what happened and what is currently happening in the Philippines. Well, in November 1st of this year, a super typhoon, and it was placed at Category 5, and it is the biggest typhoon that ever landed anywhere else on Earth for this year. It caused 26 deaths, 6 people missing, and destruction of over $400 million worth of properties in the Philippines. As the people of the Philippines are recovering in the northern part of the Philippines, which is the Luzon area, another super typhoon, Category 4, actually landed in the Philippines in November 11. This one actually caused more deaths. As of today, there were 73 bodies that were found, 19 people are missing, and countless of people have actually been hurt. Many people are still don't have any homes, still don't have any proper drinking water, and really scrounging for food out there. We, the people of Guam, has always been a long history of helping the Philippines. So when we heard about this thing, it is just really upon us to really mobilize our folks here in Guam to be able to assist. This devastation is really ongoing. It's going to be a long recovery process. In fact, as of today, in Metro Manila, the main water supplier for Metro Manila is going for rotational service, at least 1 week of no water per area. The reason being is that the multitude of silt that actually went into the water processing plants had prevented them from supplying proper drinking water, not only on the most ravaged area, but majority of Metro Manila. So the damage is really continued to happen even as of today. Many places are still flooded. Flood actually went to all the way to past the second floor of people's homes. Rice field has been wiped out. It used to be a rice field. Now it looks like lakes. And up to this moment of time, it still actually is going on. Typhoon Ulysses has really dumped so much water, and it is just an unprecedented flooding that occurred in many areas. So we are actually pleading upon that one. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. James Robinson about the history and what the Filipino Community Guam is doing.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. Thank you for coming on the show.
Unmute.
You need to unmute. There you go.
I thank you, Roy. Thank you, Lusa. I thank you, KUAM, for accommodating us today. Well, the Filipino community of Guam have been around here in Guam for so many years. This was founded in 1954. I joined the FCG in the late 70s or early 80s. And I participated in so much relief efforts to not only here in Guam, in the Philippines, in Saipan, and other small islands. The Filipino community in Guam is always committed to help those who are in need. We did a lot of donations, like shelters at Ipa Beach in Tamuning. We did a lot of donations to GMH, the Red Cross, the American Cancer Society, Reka's House, Guam Homeless Coalition, the Museum, Catholic Social Services, and others. And again, we know what happened in the Philippines. There was a time that there was a big typhoon that hit Leyte again. It's not Yolanda, it's before Yolanda. Wherein mudslide covered the whole elementary school and killed most of the students that was there because during school time. So what the Filipino community of Guam did is we again asked the help of the people of Guam, the good-hearted people of Guam, for donations, and we erected a clinic. We built a clinic in that parts of Leyte for the people of that area, a public health clinic. And the president, then Mr. Vega, went to that place physically and some others to distribute goods because it's really devastating. Kids were killed, school children, all of them. And so those are just a few of the civic things that the Filipino community of Guam, that came Typhoon Yolanda that hit Leyte again, Samar and other parts of the Philippines. And so now we are back to same thing in Marikina during Typhoon Ondoy. We sent a lot of help through the help of the people of Guam, of course, because we always generated money from the good people of Guam. And we sent the 40-footer container of medical supplies in coordination, in cooperation with the Ajuda Foundation, headed by then former Senator Calata Guerrero and Senator Jim Espaldon. And so here we are, another calamities hit the Philippines. And we are asking the people of Guam for their benevolent help again, so we can help these people. Actually, just yesterday, the Filipino community of Guam, through myself, remitted the amount of 100,000 pesos, equivalent dollars, 2,100 some dollars, which is equivalent to 100,000 pesos, through the Sagip Kapamilya of ABS-CBN, and we remitted that to PNB because that's where the account is. So may we all ask again your help to disseminate this to the people of Guam, so we can continue help those people that are in needs. Also during typhoons, I don't know the name, but in Saipan, the latest in Saipan, the Filipino community Guam came again, and we donated $5,000 to help our brothers in Saipan. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to probably discuss about our efforts now over here on Guam and how people can actually help, our dear officer Loisa Kabuhat will be able to inform all the listeners out there.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yes, just to inform the Guam community that the Filipino community of Guam is spearheading a fundraising campaign to be able to provide assistance to the victims of Super Typhoon Rolly and Ulysses. So far, we have an advance donation from FCG Calamity Funds that has already been remitted to ABS-CBN, Lingkod Kapamilya Foundation. And many individuals and business donations from Guam community are starting to pour into FCG. So for those organizations who would like to donate individually or as an organization, you may contact any of the following FCG officers and Board of Trustees, and arrangement will be made to pick up your donation. We have our President James Robinson at 687-5435, Treasurer Beth Sena, 988-6860, yours truly, Loisa Kabuhat at 727-6880, and our Board of Trustee, Roy Adonai at 482-8325. We also have donation drop boxes at National Office Supply in Tamuning and Rambis Restaurant at the Micronesia Mall Food Court. We also have an ongoing distribution of coin boxes to some groceries and offices. At this time, a check donation must be made out to the Filipino community of Guam. And because of the pandemic, only cash donation will be accepted.
And for those who are interested in probably putting a can into your stores or businesses, you may contact us and then we'll be gladly drop off those particular cans. Our fundraising effort actually started a couple days ago, or exactly on Monday, and we'll be ending this fundraising effort by December 30th of this year. And as what Ms. Loisa had indicated, we've been really overjoyed by the overwhelming support by many. We've been getting calls like, can you just guys pick up the, the check? And I'd like to just recognize the, although I know she's in mute now, we have Speaker Tina Munya Barnes over here on the right-hand side. She actually, I just saw her in the one of the Filipino stores here, and then I mentioned to her about the fundraising, and right away she opened up her wallet and said, please extend my donation to the Filipino community. Speaker Tina, you want to say something about that?
Thank you so very much, Roy. And in times like this, as a community, we continue to come together. And we were there at a store for a blessing of Auntie Susie Friars, and when you were sharing with me this drive, what better way than to give back? We've got so many Filipino families here, and I think this is the right thing for our community to do, is continue to step up when our family and friends are in need. And just thank you for sharing your thoughts, and thank you for accepting what small donation, but a donation to help out in any way. And I'm willing to take one of the cans, and we can share it with our colleagues and see how we can help out also. So thank you. God bless you. And to the FCG community of Guam, thank you for always always being involved in the community and helping out when in need and going the extra mile.
Well, thank you, what do you call it, Speaker Tina, about that one. Bria, I'd just like to just say the word that we've been using for Filipino community Guam over here is that we're very, very elated that the bayanihan spirit, the spirit of helping one another is really much alive here on Guam. And we have not even fully started. This is our first media interview about this, but since Monday, help has really been pouring in, and I could not say more about the generosity of people. And just note, the donations are not just coming from Filipinos. I mean, like, look at Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes and everybody over there. We have even been a lady who was who's currently unemployed, and she heard about our plea, and she actually texted me, and she happened to know my number, and she asked me, I'm currently unemployed, but I really would like to help. I collected a jar worth full of coins out here. Would you be willing to accept my donation? So this particular lady, who's hurting because she's not currently working, was able to put all her coins in a bag and actually brought it into our drop-off point and provided that, everything practically that she has in there. And she went through her couch and her car and all the house, and she brought it in there. And it's really, really heartwarming. It gave me goosebumps knowing that, a person like that who probably hurting at this moment in time still found something within herself, knowing that there are other people who are suffering somewhere else in this part of the world. So, I could not just like feel the overwhelming, heartwarming thing of the people of Guam over here.
Loisa, just real quickly, the drop-off points at National Office Supply and Ramby's at the Micronesia Mall. So you're accepting non-perishable food items, or what
No.
are you accepting?
I'm sorry, Sabrina, but at this time we are only accepting cash donation.
Just cash. Okay, got it.
Yes.
All right.
It's kind of like hard for us because of the COVID thing
Mhm.
on making sure that
No.
those items we donate are COVID-free, and it's also the difficulty of how to be able to bring those goods from us. So the board met up and said, "There's an immediate needs. Let's try to."
Right.
We're actually focusing on items such as the one that we're going to be purchasing for them in the Philippines: food items, safe drinking water, and also blue tarp to be able to cover, to be able to have something on top of their head. Because remember, thousands
On my
of
behalf.
homes.
Right. I'm sorry. Was there? Go ahead, Roy.
Oh, so we have partnered up with many organizations because it'll be difficult. I mean, they're still quarantined from one place to another in the Philippines. So we actually pick 5 areas. The need is really great, but we can only help so much. So we have actually picked 5 areas that's been devastated by the typhoon. One is the Cagayan Valley. Second is the Catanduanes, an island that has really been denuded and still continue to be flooded. We have the Marikina, the shoe capital in the Philippines, that has been, in fact, my parents are home there, and thankfully we only had 1 inch of water that went into the house, but we were in the high area. Many of our neighbors over there, they were actually, and I sent you some photos, right? And then,
Yes.
and many of those people ended up surviving by actually sitting on top of their homes for probably a couple of days because the flood is like ravaging in there. So, I mean, there's also hygiene kit that we were just thinking. And we also are working with the San Mateo Rizal and Rodriguez Rizal, as well as some areas in Bicol. I mean, many people can call and said like, oh, there have been damages up over here, but our FCG board kind of like dissected where can we actually be of help. So the selection process went, were there how much damages occurred in that particular place? How accessible is that place for us to be able to provide? Do we have a contact people in there to be able to provide many of this, what do you call it, goods or monitor donations that are collected over here in Guam we have many other fundraising efforts that we are wanting to do. I know that we're going to be very creative. In the past, we've been very creative about trying to solicit money. And, if I'm just thinking, right, that if there's 160,000 people over here in Guam, and let's take out the kids, or to 60,000. Let's leave adults here in Guam with this 100,000. That if each one of us can just probably dig into our pocket and take $1 alone, that will be $100,000 to be able to provide. $1 is probably you miss your Coke or Pepsi for the day, right? You miss about like probably puffing your favorite cigarette for the day for that one. But note that $1 goes a long way in providing much needed food, water, and temporary shelter for many of those people. And we thank once again KUM. Bree, you're the first one who responded and said, yes, what do you call it, Roy? We'd like to be able to discuss this thing up in our show. And we really thank also all the many members of the Filipino community, the leadership of Mr. James Robinson, and the hardworking effort of Ms. Loisa Kabuhat and many of our other members out there. We are really overwhelmed with the support.
Well, we thank you, Roy. I got you. Thanks for calling me. And Loisa, thank you, and Mr. Robinson. Roy, if you could just shoot me those numbers, just WhatsApp it to me so we could post it when we post the video. All right?
Certainly. Any last words, Mr. Robinson, you'd like to just share to our kababayans in Guam?
Yes. Again, KUAM, thank you very much for hosting this Zoom this morning. Over the years, the FCG has undoubtedly played a key role in mobilizing resource effort, raising significant amount of money to help these typhoon victims, not just here in Guam, in Saipan, but most of the time it's in the Philippines. And we are very, very thankful for, like I said earlier, we are very, very thankful to the generous people of Guam, because this money don't just come from the Filipino community, no. It came from the people of Guam, the whole people of Guam. When we have our Philippine Independence Ball, and sometimes I saw both of you down there, Sabrina, and you come to our balls, of course, people come and pay, and those money that they pay, we save it, and this is what they go. It goes to this calamity funds, welfare funds, and others. So, again, thank you so much, KUIM, for hosting this show. And it's, for all you know, it's tough. It's very tough, but somebody had to do it, and we will do it. The Filipino community of Guam, with the help of the people of Guam, to the chairmanship of Roy as our chairman, Luis our vice chairman, and the other officers and the board of directors. And we know that our chairman of the board of trustees, Nita Baldovino, is not here. It's in the state, but he's still helping, calling her friend to donate. Yesterday afternoon, I went to a attorney friend of hers to pick up a donation, and also our good friend Emilio. We know what's happening with him, but let's pray for his fast recovery. And again, thank you so much. Like I said, it's tough, but we have to do it. Thank you, KUAM.
Thank you, James. Thank you. We're just here to help.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Roy.
There you go. It's 8:54. We take a really short break, and we're coming back with. We had her on, Martha Hara. We had her on with her hubby, Benny Parr. I want to say it was about 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a very emotional interview. And it just came up the other night over dinner. People were asking me, hey, what happened to that guy, Benny, who came on, and he was just so sick. Remember, he had caught COVID twice? And he was so sick that he was seeing his dead grandmother. And that just hit so hard here. And I remember that on top of all that was going on with him being in the hospital, him fighting the COVID, that there were also questions about whether or not his insurance would even cover the cost of COVID and the cost of his hospitalization because of COVID. And we found out that his insurance is not going to cover the COVID. And so we're gonna go back in with his wife and Speaker Tina Munia Barnes here and kind of go into this and really just inform the public about what your insurance may or may not be covering during this pandemic. It's 8:55. Again, this is the Link on the Breeze 93.9, brought to you in part by Dial Rentone.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Top of the day. The KUM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The parrotfish, lugwet, settle down. It's 9 o'clock. We're KUM FM in Agotnya, Guam. Good morning. It's the Link of the Breeze 93.9. Thursday, November 19th episode. And like I said, we're jumping in with Marta Parr. Martha Hara Parr, for those of you who may know her, and Speaker Tina Munia Barnes. Martha, wow, I was pretty shocked to find out, because I remember when we brought you on with Benny. First of all, how's the husband?
Benny?
How's the husband?
Benny actually finally returned to work this week. So he's been out of work since October 12th. So it's been over a month, but now he finally went back. We're praying he stays safe on the construction job. It is on Naval Base, but since the last time he tested positive, there hasn't been any new cases. So that at least shows us that NAVFAC and all the contractors are doing their part, with stricter safety measures.
Right.
So,
Who is this that called me?
And Speaker Barnes, good morning, Speaker.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Trying to multitask here this morning. Manana Pizos to you and Sabrina, and of course the KUAM family with Jason and everybody else there.
Thank you
Marty,
so
good
much.
morning. Good morning.
So Marty, your husband recovered. He's back at work. That's so good to hear. Because when we talked to him, man, with the number of calls and messages I got about that interview, it was really overwhelming. A lot of people really watched your husband and saw how serious his condition was, and they really washed their hands. They put on their mask. I thought it was unfortunately, a good example for people to kind of see and maybe take this a little more seriously.
Yeah, I know our relatives are even wearing masks inside the house when they're together now,
Right.
So
That's good.
even that message of within the house and how it can spread between spouses was effective.
A good cautionary tale, and we're so glad he's doing good. But I remember during the interview, you had brought up that with everything that was going on with your hubby being in the hospital and fighting this virus, that you were sitting there worrying about whether or not your insurance was even going to cover this. And so there have been some developments, right, with your insurance, which is it was Take Care, right?
Correct.
Yeah. I got to
We
know,
have
Joe.
Take Care insurance.
Right. And so what had happened? Because I remember you were looking at a $16,000 hospital bill at the time we did the interview. What were the final charges, and what happened when you went to Take Care to find out if this was even going to be covered?
Basically, they gave me the same story of the exclusion and that everything after he tested positive was not going to be covered. So his emergency visit on October 12th was $4,494.18, but he tested negative, so they should cover that. Then 10/14, his ER visit was where he tested positive. The ER was $2,208.36. And then he got admitted. So his GMH bill from the 14th through the 19th, when I got the phone call about the denied benefits, that total is $13,952.21. So if I go by Rebecca James and what she said about after testing positive, then that's $16,160.57. And we never got a bill for the transport from GMH to the home isolation. So I'm not sure if that's something that was covered by COVID funds or if we're going to get a bill still for that.
I want to read a little bit because we did get a copy of the denial letter. Dear member, the purpose of this letter is to inform you that, in bold, no benefit will be paid in connection with epidemic-related treatment as specified under general exclusions of your schedule of benefits. This determination is based upon Take Care Insurance guidelines and policies, specifically written on page 22 of the schedule of benefits. See attached copy. You may wish to discuss alternative arrangements for any further health care you may require with your attending or primary care physician. Should you or your physician wish a copy of the criteria used to arrive at this denial decision, or if your physician wishes to discuss this case with our physician/reviewer, you or your physician may contact our reviewers at the number. And so did you contact Take Care about this denial?
I did, but I was just referred to the fact that I have 6 months to appeal it. It wasn't really helpful. I did reach out with an email to the Guam Contractors Association because that's who our company is insured through. I did let James Martinez know, the president of GCA, which he forwarded it to the committee members who handle the open enrollment, because as you know, it's open enrollment right now until December 4th, and Take Care is the provider for GCA right now. So I brought that awareness to them as well so that they would be aware. This exclusion is only on the Platinum Premier plan. And the sad thing about it is I used to have a similar plan way back in 2008 to 9 when I worked at the Greyhound. And and that was under Calvo's. And I had the same plan where no matter what, ER or medical, I only pay $100 deductible. And of course I pay a higher premium for that to have that peace of mind. When I was in the hospital back in 2008 or 9, I only paid the 100 and that bill was paid. And it's a very similar plan to this. And that's why I selected it, for the peace of mind. And instead I'm getting opposite. But that's why when I checked all the other websites, this was the only plan that has that exclusion about epidemic. And that's where I was shocked, because I never thought that it was not going to be covered. I never worried about it. I was more worried about GMH saving my husband, because that morning it looked like he was about to have a stroke. You know, it was just so much pain and he was numb. And I mean, it just really hit him hard and fast the second time around. So I'm first worrying about, you know, is he going to make it to his next birthday, which was October 29th. I was grateful for that. And, you know, to get this news on October 19th, where his recovery was starting to be positive. They said he was able to walk around. He was like the only one that was a positive case in GMH that could walk around to his toilet on his own and, you know, to take a shower on his own. But, you know, once we got that call of denial, I just immediately called the doctor and said, get him out of there, because I can't afford it, you know, get him out. Wow. So they transported him to the house, you know, and then he continued to recover at home. But
what a shame.
It was still a lot, you know, of worry that, you know, you have that roller coaster where, is he going to die? Am I going to see him again? Okay, he's getting better. Then, oh no, now the benefits, you know, so it's like an ongoing battle.
Tell me what your feeling was, though, when you have an insurance, right? Because there's always that conversation, oh, a lot of people don't have insurance. So when you even have an insurance plan, you're right. It should bring peace of mind so that you can just worry about taking care of your husband, worry about talking with GMH. But to find out that they're not even covering COVID, they're not even accepted at GRMC, I mean, it's crazy. Were you crushed? I mean, to have to worry about medical bills at a time like this? I mean, it's almost the epitome of...
My first reaction to the girl was, you know, it was kind of like, are you, you know, I used a little profanity, kidding me? And then I said, I apologize. I know you're just the messenger, but, you know, I can't accept this. I'm going to fight this. And I'm just letting you know, you can tell your management, I'm going to take it to the governor. I'm going to take it to the senators. I'm going to take it to whoever I need to fight this. And I do plan to appeal it, you know, because this is wrong.
And speaking of fighting it, you have someone in your corner. We have Speaker Tina Muñoz Barnes. Speaker, you heard the story and you're taking action. Tell us about this letter that you've written.
Thank you, Bree, and thank you, Chris, and just being able to hear this from you guys. Thank you very much for literally helping Marty out here. When this came to our attention, because we had received other constituents who may have been going through the same problem, but maybe not as severe, and we wanted to see what was going on. We wanted to make sure that the insurance companies that insure these folks, not just the named insurance, but all the other insurance companies, we found out that yes, even if it was COVID related, those premiums would be covered. So in the effort, Chris, of working with what we heard from Marty and through the interviews, we did write a letter to the U.S. Attorney, Sean Anderson, who's the Deputy Attorney General. We wrote to Fred Nishiera, who is the Consumer Protection Division out of the Office of the Attorney General's office. And then we wrote to the Insurance Commissioner, Mrs. Daphne Shimizu, who's the Director of Revenue and Tax, which includes the Guam Banking and Insurance Commission. And we wrote that letter on October 26th. And, you know, I know it's days later, but we did do a follow-up yesterday and with the U.S. Attorney, who shared with me our office that your email and attachments were forwarded to the FBI. And I must tell you on this effort that I cannot confirm or deny the existence of the federal investigation, but that my office was informed that that your documentation that has been submitted to the U.S. Attorney's Office has been set for further investigation. So I just want you to know that in the efforts of following through, our office also followed up with the AG's office, Fred Nishihara, and the banking commissioner, and based on their prior conversations, they assured me that they were still looking into it. And Sabrina and Chris, and to you, Marty, because I know that you know this, but the reason why I wrote this letter is because we looked at the provisions of the mandates, the federal mandates, and it says, from my understanding, the reason for the reason cited for the denial is to extent that a natural disaster, war, riot, civil insurrection, epidemic, or any other emergency or similar event not within our control results in our facilities, personnel, or financial resources being unavailable to provide or arrange for the provisions of basic or supplemental health services or supplies in accordance with this plan. This means that should there be a catastrophe and its results in their facility, personnel, or natural resources being unavailable, only then will care not be provided. For example, should there be riots, typhoons, or any other natural disaster that results in a facility having to shut down, its medical personnel not able to report to work, and its financial resources being depleted as a result of this riot, only after all these three conditions having been met will care not be covered. But that's not the case in this matter. Their facilities are still open and staffed, and therefore these conditions are not fulfilled per their contract to deliver health care. And folks, I am concerned because as we look at our residents and folks like Marty and Benny and their family, residents, and as we try to overcome this COVID together, we know of other residents who are very reluctant when they're feeling ill not to go get the care that they need because they are afraid to get stuck with a large medical bill. The same thing Marty just said now.
Yeah.
It's like as soon as I found out that I'm not covered, I told them, get my husband out.
Crazy.
Because there's no way that I can try and get that care, which is not right. We should be able to look as a community. That's why residents and employees pay, or employers pay for coverage, premium and coverage, because if there's a health issue, that they know that they're assured in their mind that if they're ill, they're going to go get the medical services that they need. And you know what? I must say again, our office, looking at all the other insurance companies available, even with what the government has, they have said that the coverage, if you're going to get the testing, it's included. If you're going to get the services, whatever is negotiated in the plan will be covered. And until that changes, I'm going to continue to follow this case through, because I think it's important that our residents also understand, inclusive of the Park family, that they should never be afraid, never be afraid to go get the medical care if they're feeling ill. Believe me, I understand. Too many people around my bubble have been compromised. I have a mother who's 86 years old, and every day, I've been tested 7 times because of the compromising of my mom's bubble. And I don't want that to happen to anybody else. If anybody feels ill, they should be able to go and seek that coverage. And even when we found out that there may be some differences of information that was sent out by public health, we from this office took the time to call public health and say, please help us. Tell us what the rules and regs are, and remind us, this is what the executive order says. How do we tell these constituents where to go, what to do, and should they isolate, stay home? All those rules and protocols and guidelines that are there. Sabrina and Chris, you guys are the ones that continue to tell the story out there. We must continue to share this, because people shouldn't have to suffer like Benny and Marty. Yeah. And I am following it through, I know this takes a while, but I'm not here to put blame on it. I'm here to make sure that our people know that when they're paying for a coverage, and if there is coverage out there based on the CARES Act, that these people, our community, should know that they have a place to go to, or they can make those calls, or they make sure that they're covered. And that is why I continue to follow this case through. And I'm hoping that with this interview that we can continue to check and double check and just keep following up until we get the answers. Because as of today, the Parr family is not covered, which is wrong, which is not right.
Marty, so it's open. It's open and
or insurance premiums. It should be covered.
right. It's open enrollment now, Marty. What would your message be as people live in this pandemic and live with the fear that they could easily catch this virus because it's everywhere, and if they catch this virus, depending on what insurance they have, it might not even be covered?
Basically, I did do an email to the president, James Martinez of the Guam Contractors Association, and I happen to be our company's point of contact for all the open enrollment. We also had I gave them the speaker's letter, let them know the progress that, it's going to the U.S. Attorney, the Attorney General, because, like I mentioned in my previous interview, just like Speaker mentioned, when I read that exclusion, I'm like, it says if resources are unavailable, and they are available. GMH is open, the clinics are open by appointment only. Obviously, we're still paying our premiums, so they have financial resources, and then, their personnel is available. So I had the same interpretation, and I was glad when I heard from Speaker that they got a legal opinion and my interpretation was correct, that these are available. Therefore, that exclusion would not apply.
Right.
And so that was, a gleam of hope. The fact that I'm not in this fight alone. I really appreciate Speaker and her staff for always reaching out to me in the communication. Every time I get a new item, I send it to them so that they can continue to, compile the file. And it's kind of sad because here I am at open enrollment and I only have the choice of Take Care again. And it's a matter of, okay, do I move to the other plan that is 80/20 because it doesn't have the exclusion? But, the whole reason why I came on this show was to bring public awareness. I myself used to be a licensed life insurance agent selling life and health insurance in California. So I understand some of the terminology, and that's why I was able to say this is wrong. And I need to bring the public aware because it might not just be Guam. We don't know how many other insurance companies are trying to get out of paying the bill. And here on Guam, we had that unique situation where back in March, GMH denied Take Care patients because of the dispute in so many millions of bills. And then September 9th, the media reported that we got a letter from Take Care as a newsletter that, we're now accepted again at GMH. And then within a month, here we go, they're denying my benefits to pay the GMH bill. And GMH and the frontliners, I love them so much. They saved Benny. They honestly saved his life. He would not be here or had celebrated another birthday because he was really in bad condition. If you guys would have seen him.
No, we saw. No.
But I'm so grateful to God that, and Santa Maria Carmelin, everybody, all
Viva
our GMH,
Santa Maria Carmelin!
Yes, protecting our island. My fellow GMH Volunteers Association, Pink Ladies, we're prayer warriors. We keep everybody in prayer. I've lost some relatives. We've lost some relatives recently, and I don't even know that they died due to COVID until afterwards. And it's so sad because, we only see the statistics that there's another fatality. And then later on, you find out that you're related to that fatality.
Yeah, they're not just numbers.
It's so sad because we don't have that closeness this whole year. I mean, I put up my tree early because just to lift spirit,
Right.
It was just, it's been such a dismal year.
Right.
That,
Marte?
We're trying to do what we can to stay positive,
Right.
protect ourselves, wear the masks, spread the word. It's just really sad that, this situation came up, but I'm also grateful because it's bringing that awareness out there so that it can hopefully stop.
Right.
and help other families.
Marte, I know speaker, you got to go. Can you tell us anything about where you're heading to? Just a little teaser, maybe.
Yes, thank you. I'm headed to Homeland Security, and I want to thank the Guam Soccer Association, working closely with our office and the administration to get more medical test kits, PCR test approved, FDA approved test kits. And I just want to say it's UAE approved. And UAE, I'm sorry, UAE donated. That's the International Soccer Association, and they have DFA Guam Football Association here on Guam have definitely stepped up to the plate to literally work with our community to bring in much needed relief. And I want to thank the United Arab Emirates working with GFA to make sure that Guam gets some assistance, and they pulled through. It took some time, but we've got the test kits here today. So that's where I'm headed to. And I apologize, I'm going to have to cut this meeting short.
Well, thank you for your time, speaker.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Speaker, we appreciate you.
Marte.
DC. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
All right. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Marte, there's an old joke about take care. Oh, you better take care because you get sick, it's not covered. Oh, you get the bill. Oh, you're going to have to take care of that. You know, just wanted to provide a little lightness, but it's a very serious situation. So in closing, what's your word to people out there? Read the fine print? I mean, you are someone who reads the fine print and you understand the fine print. You're like, take care's worst nightmare.
Well, honestly, I didn't read the fine print until I was given the denial, and it said it's in item 22 of the benefits. So then I pulled out that exclusion and I said, wait a minute, you know, I read this exclusion. I said, but this doesn't apply. It says if it's unavailable, and they are available. So I don't get it, you know. And because I'm not an attorney, that's why I wanted to seek, you know, the ways of legal opinion. I also went to the government because of the fact that, you know, maybe there's COVID assistance, other programs that we know that they're looking at to try and improve. You know, they did the bereavement assistance, and so I was asking, like, is there something for the people that do survive it now?
Right.
You
Good
know,
point.
so that
Good point.
we can have. We're hurting too. Benny's been in and out of work because he got COVID on September 14th. There was that 2-week isolation. Then there's the other. You know, this one took a lot longer than 2 weeks for him to recover, but you know, the Department of Labor employee rights flyer, it covers that we have up to 80 hours paid leave. Well, he exhausted that the first time he got COVID. It doesn't say 80 hours per COVID. So of course, he's been like a whole month without income. And so, you know, I'm struggling to do what I can to try and, you know, juggle the bills. Fortunately, a lot of the creditors are doing payment plan, or they've done some deferment, at least of principal, not in, you know, and then I pay the interest. You know, I wish there was another round of PPP, you know, for the company, but that would help. But it's just, you know, we're all struggling. I've lost a friend to suicide that couldn't handle the pressure. I've lost a cousin from the port, you know, and then a recent uncle. And we're just doing our best. I mean, we help take care of Uncle Eloy and Connie Hara.
Right.
We take care of their landscaping, you know, because they're in their 80s.
Yeah.
And it's hard because, you know, with Benny being positive and us being isolation, I can only imagine how much grass we need to cut now. But, you know, we're going to be over there this weekend and helping with what we can. But we're going to pretty much just stay on the outside of their house because we have to, you know, keep them isolated for caution. But it's just, you know, our family, we reached out to them. It's been, you know, one of those situations where we know that because the numbers keep increasing, that DPHSS has their hands full. They may be understaffed. So, you know, we try not to utilize their resources and try to use within our family, you know, that somebody steps up and gets us groceries or does an errand for us while we were in isolation. And, you know, we were so thankful for our family and all the prayer warriors out there keeping prayers for us. And it was really scary, you know. This Friday is Grandma's heavenly birthday, and so we're definitely going to go visit her and thank her for looking out for Benny. And, you know, there was some scary times, but you know, I would get goosebumps every time when he would mention about, you know, that he saw the deceased. And at first I thought he was hallucinating, but as he described, you know, his conversations with them later on, it was like, oh, they were telling him to fight it. They were telling him to hang on, you know? And so I was like, okay, thank you. Thank you. So we're, you know, for All Souls Day, we thanked everybody. We prayed for everybody, you know, and this Friday, we're going to go visit grandma's grave again and thank her again. You know, we're just, you know, within our culture, we thank our Manamcos, we thank our Tautamona, we thank our everybody, you know, and we count our blessings. And I'm just so grateful he made it to another birthday. You know, we're here to celebrate Thanksgiving, and this is the time to be thankful. And so we just got to count our blessings.
I got to say the irony, though, that the Catch-22 was on page 22.
Exactly.
Terrible.
I thought the same thing.
Wow. Well, great minds think alike, Marte.
I try to be as good as you, Chris.
Okay. I'm trying to be as good as you guys. What?
Don't get him started.
Jade, I'm in the middle of being complimented.
Shaking her head. Oh, no.
Yeah, right.
Chris is like, well, the link today is going to go until 1 p.m. because I got some people that want to tell me how great I am.
Sabrina's really the mastermind behind this. Thank you, Marte. I appreciate it.
You know what, Marte? I'd just like to add, you know, I've been here throughout the whole interview. You epitomize, you know, so many amazing characteristics. You are the strength of the Guamanian
You're like the Aaron Brockovich
truly.
of...
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? That's who she's reminding me of, you know?
Yeah. So many people should just look up to you for, you know, for strength, for inspiration, you know, for guidance. You, like I said, you epitomize the strong Chamorro woman. I mean, you know, we're in awe
Well,
of you.
thank you, because I'm a transplant. I was actually with the San Diego Sons and Daughters of Guam Club, and in 2007, I came over to Guam as part of a liberation delegation. If you guys remember John Gerber's daughter, Christiana, she was our royal princess, and Olasek Baji, she was our queen. And I came over as part of that delegation, and I just fell in love with Guam. And it was to the point where I decided that's the year I was going to move here. And so I came here after that liberation, and I've just loved it since. And just the hospitality, the welcoming. I mean, believe it or not, I'm 55. And when I came here, it's like you guys didn't care about age. You just wanted experience. You wanted that new energy, the positive energy. So, you know, where I was back in the States, kind of like trying to get an interview or anything, I came here and I had like 5 job offers. So it was just the whole spirit of, you know, and hospitality of Guam just really welcomed me. And there's no age discrimination. It's like we look forward to all the talent, the experience. And I wanted to do more, you know, to help the community and do what I can with our Discover Guam company. We were, you know, busy with tourism. We helped as ambassadors for the airport, for GDB, for the PHR Chem Corporation, you know, and even though that tourism is shut down, we're still trying to promote it, you know, to get out there and say, hey, you know, Guam will be open soon and it will thrive again. And, you know, we just do what we can. You know, it's about our culture, our history, and our people. Definitely the people.
Viva Guam!
Viva! And you know, like real quick, 2-second comment. I've been to the San Diego Guam Club. Best chicken Kelaguen. I know I'm gonna get best chicken Kelaguen I've ever had in my life was by the San Diego Chamorros. They made an amazing plate.
Whoa, easy there.
I think he's asking for us all to give him a sample of our chicken Kelaguen so he can try it.
I have to be the judge of this.
It was amazing.
I just got to say, I've never seen Jason eat chicken Kelaguen.
Yeah.
I love chicken Kelaguen. Come on, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Marte.
More like hot dogs.
All right, thank you. Happy Thanksgiving.
Kelaguen beans and franks?
Keep us posted, please. Would you?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank
All
you
right,
so
take
much.
care.
God bless you and Benny.
Oh,
God
see,
bless
she said
Guam.
take care. No,
Right.
stay well.
Yeah, stay well if you have take care. All right. Thank you. A day. That's just wrong in all kinds of ways. We're going to take a quick break, guys. We're coming back with beer. Like my friend Steve Claro says, beer! Beer. What time is it? Beer.
Beer
What day of the
time.
week is it? Beer. It's beer. Yeah, we're coming back with Andrew Brunson. He's the brewmaster at Guam Brewery. So we're coming back, beer. Thank you, guys. It's a link on the Breeze 93.9.
This message is brought to you by the KUAM Care Force. The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze. Holiday Head Start is brought to you by Marianas Coating, specializing in roof repair and more. Call 483-3967 for more information.
Even a small gesture of kindness can brighten a child's day on Christmas. With donations more challenging to deliver, this year, the Salvation Army is in need of your help with their Toys and Joy Drive. Donate new toys or gifts for children and teens anytime between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at their Teton office drop boxes up until December 22nd. You can also drop off your toys to our donation drive-thru in our parking lot in Harmon between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Giving Tuesday, December 1st. Let's all do our part and dig deep to bring some joy to kids in need this Christmas.
Top of the day. The KUAM Care Force is calling upon our island community to come together for Giving Tuesday on December 1st for a safe way to help take care of our island family.
On Tuesday, December 1st, stop through our parking lot in Harmon for our donation drive-thru.
We're helping the Salvation Army's holiday campaign. You can drop off your non-perishable food items and gifts for kids and teens to our curbside attendants so we can help ensure your safety.
We'll have holiday entertainment while you wait, refreshments, and other goodies for donors.
And the link will be live on location.
So you can be part of the show.
It's all happening between 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's get together and show the world that Guam can still come together for good on Giving Tuesday.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn@KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit Domino's.gu for faster, easier online ordering.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with the link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Joe Garrido, 936. It's Thursday, November 19th. Good morning and welcome to this episode of The Link on the Breeze, 93.9, where beer. I forgot to say beer right back. Good one, Joe, sir. We're going to bring on in the Zoom room here the new head brewer of the Guam Breweries, the brewmaster, Andrew Brunson. And he's got his resume is about 6 feet long. Andrew, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Unmute.
Unmute.
There we go.
There you go. Right on.
Hey, guys.
Hey, good morning. So we got a nice release about, well, first we'll just start with you. I know that you've traveled all around the world. You've been a professional brewmaster. Now here on Guam with Guam Brewery. I don't know why I'm having a hard time saying. I think I need beer.
Brewery.
That's why.
Brewery.
Yeah, beer might help.
Right. And so I know that you guys
Loosen you up a little bit.
Right, just a little. Refining and refocusing on the Island IPA and the Guam Gold Cream Ale, which we have a couple 6-packs of here in the studio, and we're about to pop them open. But, welcome to Guam, first of all, and just tell us a little bit about yourself, where you've been, what kind of beers you drink, and all that good stuff. Again, Andrew Brunson.
Yeah. So I've been in the craft beer industry for going on close to 10 years at this point. Got started in it, helping out a small brewery in college, helping them out on their canning line, which was a great gig in college because I'd help them out for a couple hours on a Saturday, and they'd send me home with a case of the beers that weren't quite full, which was absolutely perfect in college because everybody else is drinking real cheap beer, and I've got a case full of fresh IPA that's all of 3 hours old.
Wow.
So yeah, got into it there and just found out I was pretty good at it, and I've been traveling around doing that ever since.
What's it like, man, going around the world for beer? I mean, dream job.
Man, yeah, it definitely is. I have no idea how I ended up here, but I'm not questioning it at all. Turns out I'm really good at traveling and drinking beer, and someone's willing to pay me to do it.
Nice, and we're excited. Let's talk a little bit about Guam Brewery and what you guys offer over there, and about these flagship brews that they have, the Island IPA and the Guam Gold Cream Ale.
Yeah, sounds good. So the Island IPA, we changed the recipes on all the beers and everything. So the Island IPA is it's more of a new school IPA. So it's got elements of like a West Coast and an East Coast IPA. So it's still got like a little bit of bitterness, it's still a little bit drier, but it's also just massively, massively dry hopped with this really cool hop called Mosaic, which is one of my absolute favorites. And then we also kind of in the style of the East Coast IPA, we also include a little bit of like flaked oats and flaked wheat, which kind of give it a little bit more of a nicer, silkier mouthfeel.
Right. Okay, and then the Guam Gold. I've had it before. I liked it. What'd you do to kick it up a couple notches?
So with the Guam Gold, changed the recipe around a little bit. That still got mostly the same stuff going in it. The main things we got going on is I'm using Cascade hops, which are just a classic American hop for a classic American style, but also mixing up a little bit and using a hop called Mandarina Bavaria, which is this new German hop that's got really good citrusy, tangerine, mandarin sort of notes to it. But other than that, it's still like a nice, dry, crisp, straightforward cream ale with a little bit more fun going on.
Right, and what do these beers pair good with, man? Because I know I like drinking beer, and Sabrina's about drinking beer. We're not really pairers, but just for people out there staying home, maybe they grab a few of these, cook up something nice. What's it go good with?
Well, so the cream ale, for example, the reason I wanted to do this style is because I think it pairs really good with being beside a pool or on the beach and hanging out and having a couple of them and watching the sunset. So I'd pair it with that, first of all. As far as food goes, anything both of these are going to go really good with maybe Mexican food or tacos or something like that. The Guam Gold technically would probably pair better with an appetizer. So you're having your salad or whatever before you go on to the main course and down one of these. IPAs definitely go really well with spicy food and stuff like that.
There you go.
it's going to be nice and refreshing, and kind of kill that heat a little bit so you can recover.
Okay, so
Let's pop this open.
yeah, listen, Sabrina's mouth's been watering since yesterday. She's really the two of us. She's really the beer drinker here.
Oh, come on.
But I'm not saying you're an
waiting for
alcoholic.
you
I'm just
guys
saying
to-
you like drinking beer. There's nothing wrong with it. Own it, girl.
I like to try different kinds. Okay. So I've got the Island IPA, the India Pale Ale. So I'm just gonna go ahead and pop this open.
Yep. And we chilled her. We actually put our glasses in the freezer since yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't waste any time. I saw it and I was like, hey, let me go.
She ran out. She's like, those have to be put in the freezer. Just like
They
that.
don't actually have to be put in the freezer.
All right. Which one are you drinking?
I'm drinking the Island IPA. That's
the one
my favorite.
the one I'm drinking. Okay.
Joe, can you pass me my glass, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm an IPA guy. Like I absolutely love them.
Yeah, let's go into it, right? For the kind of the newbies, what is an IPA, if you could, Andrew?
So IPA is an India Pale Ale. Kind of the mythos behind it is that they were brewed for British soldiers stationed in India, and they put a whole bunch of extra hops in it because hops actually they inhibit the growth of bacteria. Oh wow, you're really going for it.
I don't mess around, all right?
I told you.
She's on beer number 3 already.
I drink it with my pinky up.
Breakfast of champions, eh?
Okay, here we go.
You know, this is actually really good. It's kind of fruity.
Yeah, those hops that we're using are really fruity. And then we also made an effort to kind of like lower the bitterness a little bit. So it's you kind of get a lot of that fruitiness, a little bit of the bitterness. It's not too like.
Yeah, it's not real bitter. It's actually
Yeah.
really smooth and really fruity, actually.
Wow, Andrew, this remix of the Guam Gold Cream Ale, it's really delicious.
What a way to start my day. I like it.
This is probably going to end my day.
Cheers to drinking at work.
Yeah,
eh?
cheers, Andrew.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
cheers.
It's really. Let me get a little review here. It's creamy. I like it. It's got just a little bit of bite. I can definitely taste the American style.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It goes down easy. You're right. This is something that you could have by the pool out in what we Chamorros like to call the hot sun. Not too heavy. It's actually pretty refreshing.
I can
Glad you
actually
like
this is good with like fish.
Fish.
I know for me.
Right.
Yeah.
I think this would be good with anything.
Yeah.
Really be good. It'd be good in my cereal.
With steak. Not like cereal.
This is really good.
I think he drank a few before off the air.
I can't stop drinking it. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
Andrew, you know, with getting these brews out here, where people go to get them? Because you know, obviously, we're making our audience Malago right now to try these out, and especially now that you've kind of went back in and messed around with the recipes. I mean, this is really superior tasting beer. I love this Guam Gold. I'm going to try that Island IPA after the show.
You should. You really should. It's good.
Sounds good. Yeah, you can find them at. We've just gotten them back into the grocery stores. We just restarted Distro, so you can find them at places like Payless, 76, Foodies, and I think there's a couple of other places as well. I just make the stuff. I'm not in charge of Distro, so I'm pretty sure that's not a complete list.
Well, if you're still riding around with a 3-hour-old beer, I feel like you're a good guy to get to know. But you're right. It's at Payless 76, Foodies. Again, Guam Brewery. We have the brewmaster, Andrew Brunson. Let's wrap it up. We're going to take a break, and I think Bree wants to shotgun a couple off camera. I'm not even
Sounds
kidding.
good.
I'm not even kidding. So, Andrew, last word here as we sip on these Guam brews.
Last word?
Yeah.
Just go out, try it. It's really a killer beer. I'm super proud of what we're doing out here, and really want everybody to get to know it and see what's going on. And we're excited. We're really excited to be able to bring you this, and then hopefully here real soon do a whole lot of like really cool seasonals and stuff. So there's a lot to look forward to.
Right. Andrew, you know, I've had both of these beers, the old versions of it, and I got to say, I mean, I don't want to knock whoever was brewing it before, but this is 1,000,000% improvement. I mean, it's bougie on a budget, and I love it. It's really good. Really, really good. I want to try that
Thanks,
Island
man.
IPA. Thank you so much, Andrew. You got
There's a lot
it.
to look forward to. We're gonna crush it out here.
All right. Cheers.
Crush it and
Cheers
we'll
to
gush
crushing it.
Yeah, right on. Easy there, Bree.
Oh, okay.
I feel like we should do a whole other show now that you're nice and loose. Let's go redo some of those interviews.
Oh, no, you don't want to do that.
No, let's go bring Ed Byrne on. You're going to be like, Ed, Ed, let me tell you, boy. Okay. Andrew, thank you. Cheers again, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We'll see you.
Appreciate it.
Andrew Brunson, the brewmaster over at the Guam Brewery. Good stuff. Hey, it's 9:46. We got
I'm
to take
excited about it when they start introducing the new ones that he's been working on.
the seasonals.
Yeah.
Right.
'Cause
Okay,
this
Jay.
already is pretty good.
Okay, I have an observation.
Oh, you do?
Chris,
Mm-hmm.
did you pour your beer particularly carefully, or is it just the difference in the beer? Because it seems like Bree's Bree's pour's got a lot more head than yours does.
No, because I didn't tilt it.
She
and,
doesn't,
you know.
she's just like...
I was ready to go.
She was actually going to drink it out of the can. She was. No, she really was. I'm telling you guys, Bree's the beer. Beer! Her nickname here at work is Beerina.
Which one is darker?
Oh, hell no. Okay.
It looks okay. It looks like from Andrew. He's
got the Guam
cream ale that
Gold,
you've
the
got,
same
Chris,
with
and
me,
we'll
but
take
I
it from
think that it's playing off his beard, the color of it, right? Yeah,
Hey,
Island
man.
IPA is darker.
Paul DePal, he's already messaging me. Either there,
Yeah, he's
Yes,
messaging you
too
like, I'm
early
gonna put
for
a
the
checkpoint.
beast to come out.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you don't want the beast to come out.
When
We
you get
do,
the
though.
spokesperson of the Guam Police Department checking you on WhatsApp, you.
We do want the beast to come out.
God. Unleash the beast.
Right on. So this is really good stuff, man. I'm telling you guys, like I said, I tried it before. It's like night and day.
Yeah.
You got
I
to go
am
out and get
looking
you some of
forward
this.
to the stuff Andrew actually is going to be producing.
I mean, when he started naming the specific hops and the notes and stuff, I was like, oh, this guy got his black belt with a couple red stripes. So welcome to Guam, Andrew. Appreciate it, and thank you so much for coming on this morning, man.
Thank you so much. Good to be here.
Looking forward to seeing you some more.
Yeah, you could be a recurring
Oh,
guest
yeah,
on the show.
absolutely.
Any of the
You're welcome down
seasonals.
here anytime.
You got it. Okay, man. Take it easy.
All right.
Now back to concocting your brews. Right on. Hey, good stuff. Again, we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with more of The Link on The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The Christmas Pops virtual marketplace is kicking off on Sunday, November 29th, showcasing local vendors, crafts, and gift-giving ideas to get your holiday shopping season going. Watch our Christmas Pops virtual marketplace special on Sunday, November 29th on KUAM TV8 and Facebook Live with lots of interactive features and giveaways. Then find all the vendors featured on KUAMChristmasPops.com. The program will be encore through December on demand and on the stations of KUAM Communications. There is still time to become a vendor. Visit KUAM.com or email BettyAnn at KUAM.com to find out how. On November 29th, let's check off Christmas lists and support our local economy while doing it. The Christmas Pops Virtual Marketplace is presented by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today. And Domino's. Visit domino's.gu for faster, easier online orders.
And I want to just share this video here that we have from our Giving Tuesday partners at 7 Day Supermarkets. Mrs. Hong again with a very generous donation to kick off our Giving Tuesday season. So again, this is we were over at the 7 Day here in Harmon receiving this great donation from Mrs. Hong and the 7 Day Supermarket family. We're just so honored to kick off our Giving Tuesday with one of our longtime partners, Mrs. Hong of 7 Day Supermarkets. These guys have been with us since the beginning. I remember last year, very, very generous donations, and that trend continues today, COVID or not. Mrs. Hong donating so generously. Over 20 cases of hand sanitizer. We've also got a whole, I think that's like 75 packages of toilet paper. Ain't no toilet paper shortage on Guam. So again, go ahead.
And yeah, so these donations that
that we're accepting from the 7 Day Supermarket. They're going to be going to frontliners at GRMC, the Department of Public Health, as well as St. Dominic's.
So again, thank you so much, Mrs. Hong, and your great family here at 7 Day Supermarket. We're so grateful that you continue to show how generous you are for Giving Tuesday.
From 7 Day family, and sometimes they want us to donate some place, but we don't know what situation they have to go. This is good, KUAM Giving Tuesday program, so we can be doing together and we know how to give to them. So we thank you for all our 7 Day group. We really to, we are happy to donate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We're happy to accept it. We're going to get these donations right where they need to go, which is in the hands and bodies of the frontliners here. So again, thank you, Mrs. Hong, so much for your generous donation. Viva Giving Tuesday!
Viva!
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
And what we individually need to do to fight it.
Yeah, so we're just going to go ahead and play this here message from it was produced by Dr. Felix Cabrera. Again, it's a PSA on Guam's COVID-19 response right here on the link. It's The Breeze 93.9.
Guam's early battles with COVID-19 were strong and forced cases down. Unfortunately, new cases surged in August and we could not bring it down to previous levels, only to see an even higher wave surge from there. As a result, we have seen COVID hospitalizations rise in similar fashion. This is a big problem, especially on Guam.
In any hospital, the capacity to treat patients is based on the number of beds available and the professional healthcare staff available to treat these patients safely. Many of these beds are already occupied by the typical non-COVID patients, such as accident victims, stroke patients, and so forth.
But when healthier people get COVID and go around spreading it, they wind up infecting vulnerable people, sometimes directly, and sometimes by infecting someone else who then infects a vulnerable person, like some of our manamku. COVID can infect you fast and make many sick fast, which ultimately fills up hospital beds fast. Like most of the world, on Guam, the young, especially those in their 20s and 30s, make up majority of the COVID cases, but it's primarily our elders that are dying prematurely from it. Overall, those younger than 60 years old make up 88% of cases. Yet it is those over 60 years old that make up 62% of the deaths related to COVID. If you died in your 60s, that's about 2 decades short of the average life expectancy.
So as our hospital census rises, the crisis only worsens. Some with severe cases of COVID can't get care or suffer delays. And some who could be saved die. Plus, some with other medical issues have same challenges, and some of them die too.
So what exactly is happening on Guam most recently? We can look at Guam's admitted COVID patients, the non-COVID adult patients, and the combined census numbers of both groups. Typical capacity on Guam for adult patients is about 150 beds between GMH and GRMC. When the total census goes above this, it becomes increasingly difficult to provide the safest and most effective inpatient care, thus creating a surge crisis. Many on Guam are fighting for their lives, while our hospitals are resorting to extraordinary measures. Surge conditions equals potential for avoidable deaths. 95% of all the COVID-related deaths on Guam have occurred during the current waves. We are seeing record deaths in 2020, with September being the deadliest month. The official count from October is on track to surpass September. Even the non-COVID deaths have been above the average recorded over the past 5 years. To stop the spread now requires stronger efforts beyond what we've already done. Many in Guam have done a commendable job protecting themselves, their families, friends, and even strangers. But there are still some that don't, either because of COVID fatigue or momentary lapses in keeping their guard up. Then there are some who outright defy recommendations from the medical community. Our hospital surges may be made of only the severe cases, but it was generated mostly by people who didn't feel sick. That means the people who can do the most to avoid unnecessary deaths is the community on Guam. That means you. That means all of us. This war with COVID is not ending anytime soon, but when we all do our part, look what happens to our hospitals. We flatten the curve. Remember that phrase? It really can save lives.
Inafat Maulik literally means to make good, but really it's about restoring harmony to our community. Right now, there's no more meaningful way to do so than to respect and protect each other. You have the individual power to help us. You are the key. Can we count on you?
Let that marinate.
Excuse me.
Oh, I thought you were laughing.
No, excuse me.
Yeah, so that was a latest message there out from, it's up on the governor's Facebook page. See, instead of getting the governor to come out and talk to us, we get these little videos. I didn't mean that to sound sarcastic, but okay, maybe I did. But you know what I mean? We just get these little videos and like, we don't need to talk to the people. We send them a cute little video with the music and the thing, and we put Mike Cruz in there. We're good.
I'm just gonna chill over here.
You're gonna chill over there with your beer, Bree, huh? Yeah. Yep. Tell it to your beer. Thank you to Guam Brewery, Andrew Brunson, the Guam Brewery brew master, for coming on with us here. And good job today, Joe, sir. Jason, good job. Enjoy your hot dogs. Also, Master Control, again, to our sponsors, Dial Rent to Own, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, Burger King, who is about to bring us, we're going to close it out with a Cover Me segment here. And also Carrier at 647 Cool. Thank you so much. IT&E. And, of course, Burger King. Bree, tell us what are some of the takeaways of the show while I go look for this thing over here. Thank you.
Important information from the Guam Department of Labor and documents that need to be filed and submitted by tomorrow, actually, for the LWA. They don't have a hotline, but the hotline for the appeals, but they'll contact you if to update you on your appeals. They're going for an oversight hearing tomorrow before the legislature. The situation with Marty Parr and
Take Care, Don't Cover COVID.
Right, and Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, she's written a letter.
Take Care, Don't Cover COVID.
And she's received a response from the U.S. Attorney's Office that indicated that they have forwarded
Take Care, Don't Cover COVID
information to the FBI.
Ooh, the FBI.
Yeah.
Ooh. Should have covered the COVID.
Mm-hmm. The Filipino community of Guam, they are doing a fundraiser.
Right.
The Philippines has been struck by back-to-back super typhoons.
Damn.
And it's left several people dead, homeless, flooding. And so they've set up canned donation, where you can submit monetary donations at Ramby's at the Micronesian Mall and at National Office Supply. they're accepting those donations through the end of December. So much more.
There's a
If
lot.
you'd like to make a donation, we've
Oh,
actually
Jay,
got
hold on,
numbers
Jay.
in
Let
our
me get you.
comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, if you'd like to make a donation to the Filipino community of Guam's cause, and we certainly hope that you do so, the numbers are in our comments. There's 3 numbers. Those are the numbers for James Robinson, for Loisa Kabuhat, and for Roy Adene. So Kuya Roy, very, very nice guy to get the word out and everything. So you can find the numbers there, and please help.
Thank you to our Kababayans for coming on the show. It's 10 o'clock. We're KUAM FM in Agotni, Guam. Again, this has been the Thursday, November 19th episode of The Link.
Oh, we have a treat.
Oh.
I've been waiting 4 hours. I didn't even mention this. Okay, Nestor Lacanto actually pre-taped an episode because next week with Thanksgiving coming up, he pre-taped a episode of his In Full Zoom, and it's so good. I already put it on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, but he actually interviews airmen who constitute the planning and the leadership group of Operation Christmas Drop, and he talked to them, and they could not be more pleased to be involved with the mission. And they just said they love Guam. They've been here. They find the community to be so warm, so embracing, and they're like, we just want to do whatever we can, not only to help this island and get involved and give back, but also help 56 island nations throughout the Pacific.
Right on.
And it's an amazing, amazing interview, and you can watch it right now on our YouTube channel if you want
That's
to.
it, our KUAM News YouTube channel. Hey, I want to leave you guys with this, presented by Burger King. It's called Cover Me, where they have jumped on board, and I just got to shout out Burger King because they've supported local music for years on Live Local Fridays. Thank you so much, Burger King. Really appreciate it. They're presenting Cover Me. It's where I get to pick a local artist and song that's a cover, and it's brought to you by Burger King, where they're ringing in the retro with their holiday giveaway now at BK. Okay, that's right. The holidays are here. While you were pandemicing, the holidays snuck up on us. Okay, so thank you to Burger King, and our Cover Me selection for today comes to you from my good old friends, my good young friends in DUB. Who, I went on tour with these guys in the States way back when. Just a really bunch of great guys who have provided some of the most timeless covers that Guam music has ever seen. I mean, their cover of Try Again, I thought they were the original artist. I had no clue. I was like, wow, who's that?
And you know what's crazy? Real quick anecdote. And the lead singer Kevin Iwashita, super nice guy. I mean, so accommodating.
Killer cowbell player. He's probably the best cowbell player that.
Yeah, he'll hang out with you if they gig at a wedding. Like if you see him at a village fiesta or something like that. Always got time to say hi. When I was working at Blockbuster as a UOG freshman in '93, I remember when I guess he was first coming up. He was actually they were doing a acapella R&B group.
Nice.
He was, the whole New Jack Swing thing of like the early 90s and everything.
That.
He was into that, and they would come into...
Remember when acapella was in for a little while?
But the whole Boys to Men thing, but Kevin and some of his
La
friends...
la la la.
Yeah, they would come into Blockbuster, and while they were looking for videos, they would actually do like acapella sets in the back of the store. And I remember him when he made it a DUB. I was like, hey, that's that guy. That guy's super cool.
That's that guy who did the acapella thing. Yeah. Let's do a little acapella thing, Jay.
Right now, well, you guys have had beer already, so obviously your inhibitions are like way down.
I'm ready to karaoke.
Let's go.
Okay, so at 10:05
Let's
again.
leave it to the professionals.
Yeah, again, thank you to Burger King, where they're ringing in the retro with their holiday giveaway now at BK. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you, Guam. Esta. Adios.